Good morning, folks. Good morning. This is Spirit Journey. Boy, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm literally just opening my eyes. Today is Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, and it's approximately 4:24 a.m. in the morning. I'm exhausted. Yes, I went to bed late yesterday. I think actually, yeah, it could have been even midnight when I went to bed. So I didn't get much sleep out there. I am tired. And yes, I had my device on, my iPad next to me on. I fell asleep with the um, reading. And wow, I want to get this down before I forget. Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, please say hello in the chat room as the courtesy and to give me a thumbs up while I continue with this live stream. Yes, I just want to try to get it down before I forget. Yeah, I even forgot some of it already. Yeah, I'm just awakening, went to bed late around midnight. It's just, so it's just like 4 hours of sleep. I was reading and then I fell asleep. Yeah, let me begin now. Again, I'm just waking up from sleeping, and I had visions. These visions, the first thing I remember, I saw an old-fashioned cartoon, you know. And again, a couple of days ago, I had like something like a cartoon, which was a more modern one of the little boy, the Caucasian fellow with the giant, a caricature with a giant size hat. It could have been like a cowboy hat or something. But this one was an even older cartoon, at least what it looked like, the style of drawing, um, like in the silent era, like the cartoons, I think would be the what's about like 1930s or 40s. Yeah, maybe the 30s. Very old. And I forget what the characters were, but it looked very old and worn. Um, yeah, it looked old. It was old footage, and it's playing. Little animal characters. I don't remember what the characters were, but I think they were little animals. It could have been a duck or something. Not Daffy Duck. I think it was a light colored duck or something. But when I'm seeing it, I said it to myself, this is old. The footage looked old and scratchy, very flat looking. Um, and let's see what else. Yeah, and then I know I saw something else. Boy, and I remember when I saw it, I said, okay, you say it out loud to yourself, at least mentally, to help you remember. And that part I don't remember, but some other parts that I do remember. They were outdoor scenes. Yes, they were outdoor scenes. Um, it was like a footage of a highway below it, like I was um, seeing from up in the air, and everything was running real fast, like speed up. It was like a fast forward, very fast, very very fast. And then I saw another scene, snow. I know there was a snow scene. Wait. Um, how to go? Like I think, like like the camera was moving. I think I remember like it's shows at a distance, and then the camera moves in a downward motion, and then the scene changes. It's like because I think it was like one season. Yeah, I think it was like one season, and then it changed season. Yeah, I mean I know that there was a change in the weather or season. Then it became snow, and there were people, relatively young people, and I think they were wearing like those lumberjack. I call it the lumberjack shirts, the red and black ones, and they were moving in fast motion too. I think someone had I think someone initially made it have a rake or something. So they were doing something. They were doing something with the ground. It could have been a rake or something, but it was all in fast motion. Yeah, very fast. Yeah. And I think there was they were playing. I think then there was snow. I know there was snow. I remember seeing snow and the camera, as if the camera was moving, and you see all the snow. It could have been even another section of a highway, and with snow on it. So I was saying to myself, this is modern. This is modern because now, we had in New York a snowstorm a couple of days ago. So I'm thinking what I'm seeing could be something that could have happened now, could be present, what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing areas that had snow. I remember seeing snow and it looked like people are doing something on the ground. Uh, I was a little distance away from them, maybe 10 or 12 feet away from them, the view of them. And it's all in fast motion, fast forward. Just look at them move. Yeah, I mean, and I remember with the cars, the highway below, same thing. You can see them stopping and going. I guess it was maybe red light, and it's showing them. It's unreal. It was unreal what I was watching. I mean, I'm very, very tired right now. And I hope you guys could hear me. I do have my mic on. And my eyes, yeah, my eyes, I'm still extremely tired. My eyes are closed right now. And sometimes I'm opening it as I'm talking because my eyes are still sensitive to the light because I'm just waking up. I just think this is amazing, the things I'm seeing. Um, it's really telling me what phenomena this is that's happening. Um, and I think I'm seeing what I'm seeing because I'm so tired, but was able to be uh, awake mentally. I mean, physically, I'm out of it, but I'm awake in my consciousness, and it's showing me what I'm seeing. Again, the first thing I saw was the old cartoon from like the 1930s. At least that's what it feels like, because it's actual old looking and scratchy. You know, when you watch a morning movie, you know, when you look at um, old video footage, you know, that's showed on television. Don't you see how scratchy it looks? And that's what I'm looking at. It's real faded. You know, the colors aren't as sharp. It was scratchy. I am experiencing something. Where is my brain getting this information? Where? Where is this? Where, again, I do live in a major, major city, and we do have um, movie studios, you know, the television studios, I should say, here in New York City. And by picking up radio frequencies, I mean, not radio, television frequencies out there to pick up this. I believe these things, they exist somewhere. And then seeing fast forward footage, video footage of a live, a regular scene of a modern highway, you know, cars, regular cars, and, vehicles. That's all playing fast forward, like it was actual footage, like we've seen footage of a high, cars moving or people moving, and you can put in a fast forward, like you're doing what do you call it? Um, I forget the tech, like you can set up your camera um, to play, um, and when it plays back, it's going to play in fast forward. Time lapse, that's what, time lapse. That's what it looked like. Time lapse photography. So you're seeing everything that's taking place. So people will be moving fast or and then stopping. I guess if it's a red light and then fast again, boom, boom, boom. Amazing, amazing. And then seeing those people. And it was like a camera moving downward at one point from the highway. Then it was a moving of the scene, and the season changed. 'Cause I think it was like could have been all like old grass of the field, and then you saw snow and people working on the grass on the lawn. That's I think a man and a woman. I know I saw like those lumberjack shirts that they're wearing. Yeah, they're working. That's for it. I don't know who these people are, anything, but something is being recorded out there. Your brain is able to pick up information. Information. Where am I picking up this information? I don't know. Yes, good morning, viewer. Good morning, good morning. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, you can just type in the letter, the number one, or put in the word yes that you can hear the audio. Yeah, I am dead tired right now. Just awakening. Oh, I just find this fascinating, fascinating. All this stuff. Amazing. Has this ever happened to you, viewer? That you could just, do the meditation that I've been explaining for the past few years. Oh, you have to try it. You have to try it. It's amazing. I mean, it would be really interesting if I could mentally tell myself to see a particular thing, a particular location as it's happening now, and then be there and see it. What I see is just, I'm not thinking of anything. And then boom, yeah, I was seeing things a lot. That camera was just moving so quickly. So it was happening quickly. And I said, I got to remember all this. I have to remember. Oh, yes, since I'm on, let me continue with the other topic. Um, yeah, this, as I shared the other day about my interest in moving. I live in New York City, and things are crazy here. Oops, sorry, the camera. I moved the camera. Yeah, things are going crazy here. And I found out just maybe 4 days ago about it's like a voucher. Yes, good morning, new viewers. Good morning. I invite you to say hello in the chat room. I'm just finishing talking about the visions I just had this morning. And yes, you can also, in the etiquette, upon saying hello, to give me a thumbs up. It helps the algorithms. I appreciate it in advance. So, since I'm awake, let me talk about what else has been happening with me. Um, yeah, I hope I can remember. It's a lot of things about this topic about moving. Yeah, I have this voucher from the Veterans Affairs. It permits me to um, get what do you call it, a mortgage uh, with zero with zero down, and is backed by the federal government. And when I learned that, well, according to the benefits office, they told me that they are approving individuals. Oh, how'd it go now? I'm sorry, I start to forget. Oh, is that now? You. Oh, this is embarrassing. I'm tired. That's what's happening. um, it'll come to me. But you don't have to. I remember you don't have to do something. What's that now? Brother, this it eludes me. When that happens, it'll come to me, folks. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Yeah, my brain is still not fully awake. But you don't have to do something. Or remember, um, you can buy land with it. Buy land and then have the house built on it. As of about 2 years ago. In the past, it was not the case. And about maybe 5 years ago or even more, when I investigated about getting a mortgage, because the bank that I do business with, they had this advertisement, this poster in at the bank, and I read it. And the poster said, "Hey, you ever think about getting a mortgage? See if you qualify for one." So I said, "Okay." So I said, "Hey, I'm just looking at this poster, advertisement. Hey, could I? What do I approve? What uh, could I approve for?" And they didn't do. buying land and a house, build, to get the land and then have a house built on it. They didn't. You have to buy the house already there. So just kept it a mental note, and then I re-inquired about 4 days ago because I just want to see what my options are because I feel that it's getting kind of rough here in New York City. When you can't walk your little dogs without someone trying to grab your dog and then being groped. And I'm a woman. I mean, I don't want that to happen to any gender, but you know, a man doing that to me, I don't want to fight any man. And a lot of the businesses are leaving New York City. It's a ghost town. So I was just rechecking my options out there, and this is what I'm learning about. I started, little inquiries like I already mentioned a couple of days ago that like I'm checking online, different, seeing what places people are moving to, and some of the concerns I have that only like they'll show these real ideal places, but it really doesn't apply for black people. Yes, I'm a black woman, born and raised in New York City, a veteran, and they might sound real optimistic when you watch these videos about the information that, oh boy, I would like. But I know in my heart that those places don't mean for me to move in. And a lot of these places are expensive. And it really made me feel frustrated. And then I started checking again yesterday for hours. I was on the internet for hours checking and checking. Yeah, let me tell you what happened yesterday. Oh, I was so angry. Well, I had an appointment to speak with someone by phone on Friday. And I went to my bank in person, and they said someone will call you. And they said they'll call you between the hours of 2 and 5. So I had to race back home to make sure I don't miss the call. So I got home over an hour early, like they're supposed to call like 2. So I might have gotten home around 11 something in the morning. I mean, in the afternoon. I mean, 11 o'clock in the morning to make sure that by 2 o'clock I didn't want to miss a damn thing. The person doesn't call up. Nothing. So I was disappointed. So, because I waited for all that time, no one calls. I thought maybe they might call Saturday. I mean, Sunday. They didn't call Sunday. Yeah. Oh, my mistake. They were to call Friday. They didn't call. So Saturday and then Sunday and then Monday, nothing. So I called my bank. Hey, what happened? So the guy I talked to apologized and said they'll call up and find out what's up. And I told them, look, call me, when just tell me what's going on. Because it was like he said that they would like email the person and let me know what they did. You know, but he doesn't even call me back. And then 2 hours later, I got a call, and they called on my cell phone and not my house phone because I instructed call on my house phone because if I'm in any part of the apartment that it's loud. and I'd be able to hear it, you know. So, it shows they don't follow instructions. But I did get the call finally from the person that was supposed to call me Friday. They did apologize, and the person, a typical New Yorker type, they talk fast, and I noticed something with some business people. They want to talk real fast at some point. And so I told him in the very beginning, I said, I'm a New Yorker, but I got slow ears. I got slow ears. If you could just talk slowly for me, because I want to make sure I understand you. Yeah, a lot of times people talk fast because they don't really want you to hear details. And they just hope that you will fill in the rest. When as if you're transcribing, they're not really at times talking in complete sentences, and they just are waiting for you to fill in. Yes, thank you, viewer. Thank you for giving me a thumbs up. Yes, I appreciate it. And there's two of you out there, but only one like. If you could both give me a thumbs up, it really, really helps with the algorithms. I appreciate it. And I hope you all can hear me. Yes, sometimes my eyes closes because I'm still very tired. And yeah, I fell asleep. It was after 12 when I fell asleep. And I was on doing research for hours on my computer, just trying to gather information. Yep. So I just want to try to make sure I remember everything. So I apologize for how I might sound because I'm just waking up. Yeah, I see. I have my eyes cracked open now to see how long I've been on. Yeah, I've been on now for 27 minutes. So let me continue. Yeah, a lot. I'll have a lot on my chest, and I hope I remember everything. Um, so yeah, so this bank representative, he handles the mortgages in the part of Manhattan I live in, New York City that I live in. So we're talking, and I notice at times he's just talking so fast, and then he says, "Well, I have to go now. I have to go. My manager, blah, blah, but I'll call right back in 5 minutes." But I don't have the essential information about anything. He doesn't call back in 5 minutes. It's over in an hour. And I felt that he was doing that he didn't want to speak to me anymore. And I got angry. So I called back my bank. And I complained. I said, look, I was talking to so and so, and they were so rude and very unprofessional, blah, blah, blah. And, what's going on? So here he doesn't call me Friday. And now it's Monday. And then he's going to hang up on me and say he's going to call back in 5 minutes, but it's an hour now. Oh, we apologize. We never heard anything like this from him, and he's the person that's in charge of that region. I'll try to contact him. And so maybe an hour after that, he calls. So it's 2 hours since the 5 minutes, that he says going to call back. And I said to myself, I better speed up what I'm going to say because I was very angry. But I didn't say anything, any reprimand to him when he finally did call me back. Um, I said, at one point I said, look, I didn't get the information, the essential information, how much of a mortgage are you willing to give me? That I qualify for? So in short, he finally says um, the dollar amount, but that it cannot be what they call a construction loan. They consider a construction loan only if, I mean, like you're buying the land and then having the house to later be built on it. They said they do not do that for a VA loan, a Veterans Affairs, mortgage loan. But a non-veterans loan, they'll do, which makes no sense because the VA loans, mortgage loans, is backed by the federal government. They'll back the loan. See, they really don't respect the veteran. And I had a feeling that this would be the trend throughout my inquiry about getting a mortgage. Now, I'm only doing this research on mortgages because for about 4 days ago, when I called the benefits office regarding mortgages for veterans and active duty personnel, that you can get your house, you can buy land, and then the house to be built on it. That they cover that now. They started about maybe 1 or 2 years ago. This change in policy. So it's to help the veteran. But guess what? The lending companies aren't doing that. So why? So it's like being disconnected. One saying yes and the other saying no. So how am I going to benefit? That flexibility. And also with my bank, they said they only have it for the East Coast in the United States and excludes Georgia, but they do include Philadelphia, what do you call it, Pennsylvania. They cover 15 states. So again, that's limiting where I want to where um, I could live, right? What if you want to live outside of that? So now you're forced to only look in certain states. You want your options more open. So I said, um, let me just check somewhere else. So, also, um, they wanted my email address. I don't want them to get my email address because it's just an inquiry, and I'm bombarded with junk mail. And I'll know that I probably miss it, you know? So they said they could just send it to, send it to the bank, and then you go pick it up at the bank. I said, that's perfect. Guess what? Well, I pick it up, but I should have read it. Well, when I got home, some minutes passed, some time passed. But I said, hey, let me look at it before it gets too late. And so, yeah, it was still banking hours. Yeah, it could have been for an hour after. Yeah, I picked up around 3 o'clock, and now it's like around 4. And so I call upon reading yeah, because it's they get, okay, they sent me to the bank, what do you call it, a pre-approved um, authorization, something like that. It's a pre-approved letter that you could send to a developer or, or realtor. It, 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 um, it makes you a stronger buyer, okay, when negotiation comes. But on it, they had the address wrong, and then they had wrong the dollar amounts. The paper said, yeah, I mean, What they had on was, get this. Now I'm a pauper, okay? Get this guy. If I was this guy, I would have been fired. Fired. That some people get away with stuff. See, me as a black person, if I made the mistakes that this person made, I would be fired. Okay? Now, the address was wrong. So, how is that making you a strong candidate when it comes to negotiation? And the dollar amount, how much he was to pre-approve me for a mortgage loan, uh, get this. Um, the I think they said the principal amount or the total amount, $900,000, the bulk amount, and then the loan, the other point, like it's a, oh yeah, I'm sorry. The purchase amount, $900,000, and then the loan amount, $772,000. So that candidate would, I guess, have to cough up 170 something thousand dollars, and then the bank would cover the remaining $720,000. I said, I know that's not accurate because he told me on the phone this other amount. So I said, let me call and verify. Maybe this means something else. Maybe this is a legalese talk or something. And I'm just interpreting it, the dollar amount's wrong. Well, I called him back. And guess what? He says, oh, I'm sorry. I put the wrong label on it. But that's what he said. He said, yeah, okay, that's my mistake, yeah, okay, I'll type up another one and I'll send it back to the bank, and you can pick it up later on the next day. I'll make sure they get it. You think I want to use them, people? Would you use them? Would you use them? I hope you guys are hearing. I don't want to hear any echoes out there. Please let me know that you hear and understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? What if I took that paper in all my eagerness and say, hey, developer, the bank is going to approve me for this amount. Hey, sure. Your bank will back you this kind of money. Hey, yeah, let's do business. That's what a millionaire would take. $900,000 property? Hello? Hello out there. Do I get an amen? Somebody out there. Yeah, there is one screw up after another. Yeah. So here, this my bank is limited where I could look for a place, and they do not handle what they call what do you call it? Construction loan. Okay, my type of loan needs would be classified as a construction loan, and they say they will not do that for the VA approved loans. Back loans. So, yeah, when I left the bank the first time to pick up that form, I had gone across the street because there's another bank. I said, well, I'm outside already. It's cold, but hey, this is right across the street from where I live. Hey, let me just inquire. So it's a major bank. And then I spoke to an officer there, loan officer, and he said, We straight up, we don't do construction loans. Straight up. That's how he said it. You have to, but you can talk to another person about other options you have. Well, I know what those other options. That's the regular, standard loan, mortgage loan that, you see a house, um, and you get a pre-approved letter or something like that. So I already had that type of loan already. Remember, I just had gone across the street with the letter that I forgot to look closely at that time, and only looked after I got home. Yeah, so the lesson in this, people, those other veterans out there who's listening to this live stream, yeah, see, the videos that I give is also instructional to teach you what to do and what not to do. When someone hands you a paper, a pre-approved paper, you read it on the spot. So you make sure you have your reading glasses. My vision stinks. It was small print too. Everything is small print these days. Yeah, you make sure you have your reading glasses with you. Yes, good morning, viewer. Good morning. Please say hello in the chat room. And to give me a thumbs up, I appreciate it. Yeah, okay, so with what I'm talking about, yes, always have your reading glasses with you and read immediately the documents they give you. Because again, they can make a typo in your name and address or address and the dollar amount. He wrote the wrong dollar amount. Big time. Big time. The form, the numbers he gave me were for someone with like for a millionaire. And not me. He put in the wrong data. He really screwed up. Okay? That's essential. So the bank across the street, when I left my bank, and then I went across the street just to get a quick inquiry if they handle uh, construction loans for the veteran, and they do not. He said, "Yeah, the banks in general don't do that anymore. They don't. I mean, not anymore. They don't do it. Period. Construction loans." I said, "Well, the VA, the Veterans of Affairs, they do that. Why aren't you doing that? They do it." Says we just don't do it. But he said, so I said, "Well, where could I look?" He said, "Oh, perhaps you can try a credit union." So I have to maybe try a credit union or something. So when I went back home, I was just checking on the internet. I felt, yeah, oh, I found, okay. I was just Googling everything, Googling all day yesterday. And I found these loan companies, mortgage companies, I should say, I'm sorry, that handle veterans and, active duty. They specialize in that. So I chose the one on top, for inquiry. Same thing, people. Well, slightly different. They do not do construction loans either. I said, but the VA handles it. But they said, and she was helpful, in the sense that, she took her time and she gave me valuable information. She said, look, well, she told me a few things. The first thing she told me was that what there is another component that they would consider, and that is a type of construction loan. Let's say it's a developer, okay, developer, and like the developer owns plots of land, of land, and they build houses on them. You know, you choose your lot, and then which house that they, like they have like an area where, you choose the model, like they have models to choose from. It's okay, like this plot of land, and I select that house that you have made. You know, they have sample homes that you could like go in and take a look and you say, okay, I want this one. They said something like that because they are in charge of both aspects, the land and the building. That we would do, and then they showed me, the different steps. Okay, so if I can remember now what they told me with that type of scenario, to my memory and to my understanding, let's say I find a developer like that, there would have to be like a a contract agreement. Okay, you make a contract agreement with them, what the developer would do, what type of place, home, and they'll build it because did the contract agreement, the written agreement. Once it's complete or 90% of its completion, that the loan people, mortgage people, would then be notified and do an appraisal. And if they approve of it, then they'll send the money, wire the money to the lawyer. I think that's the lawyer of, I guess, their lawyer, and they'll get the money, and then I'll move in. Okay, so still to try to find some of a developer like that, um, where would I find that? Something like that. So the only thing I guess would be maybe a realtor who might know of a developer or something like that, and going that route. Um, but see, some places I can't go. A lot of like the mortgage people say. A lot of people do everything online. Yet, see, they want to get my email address. I don't do email. I don't like email. I'm bombarded with emails. We call it junk mail. Bombarded, and you can miss information because you know you just don't. You just It's not like I'm expecting an email. I don't bother to look 'cause that's all was there. I'm a very modern girl. I mean, not modern. I'm very old school. I meant to say I'm old school. I like phone. Like do business on the phone. They want to do everything email, everything remote. You know, no, I don't. I don't want to do it that way. You want to notify me or say, hey, give me a call. I get it right away. This email stuff is for the birds. Some people, they might send an email, but you don't get it until a day later. And that happens to me. So they said, well, because they said, well, that's what we do now. Everything is email. We're sending, when we want to get in contact with you for you to see something, it's often over email. So I guess, only at that point when there's a written agreement and stuff, when you're a serious player, you know, call me and say, hey, this is the look in your email. We just sent it. Something like that I'm willing to do. But they just want to, I don't know. So one of them though, one of the people, I did give the email to. Oh no, it was an address. Yeah, cause yeah, that's right. The one of them I did give my address because they that was the one that specializes with veterans, and they said, oh, what was that now? Yeah, they had to check my credit. Yeah, this is also what they do, people. Okay, it's extremely important. People who are going to consider giving you a mortgage, they have to check your credit scores. Well, what if you don't have credit? Okay, what if you don't have credit? They won't give you the loan. They won't give you a pre-approved letter. They have to see your credit scores, and if they do what they call a soft pull, okay, that it will indicate that someone went and checked your credit score, but it won't affect the credit score. If they do a hard pull, then that hard pull will affect your credit score. Anytime anyone checks your credit score, it will affect your credit. And what if your credit is weak or no credit at all? Yes, good morning, viewer. Good morning, new viewers. I invite you to say hello in the chat room and to um, press the like button upon coming in as our etiquette of the day. I appreciate it. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm now talking about my mortgage loan experience. Yeah. Yeah. I already just discussed about the vision that I had. Now, since I'm up, I'm also talking about the experience I had yesterday with regard to getting a mortgage. Um, so, yeah, the mortgage people, um, they check your credit. So make sure when you're doing any type of credit check for anything, see if they can do a soft pull, as it's called, so that it does not affect your credit score, especially if your credit score is already weak. Now again, I do not use credit. You know, I don't have credit cards. I don't believe in them for me. And yes, back in the day, you know, I've had cards before and always been current with them, you know. Um, but for the past few years, I just stopped using it. I like to just buy everything in cash because, you know, I wasn't planning on house hunting because I live in a really nice apartment. It's near everything. I like it. But now with this COVID and people acting really crazy here in New York City, I'm thinking about moving. I just want to keep my options open. Well, what I can advise you people, you know, those of you who are young, just getting started, I strongly advise you um, get credit, but get something that you can afford that you'll pay off at the end of the month. Something that this is also what they told me. The loan officer who handles veterans, I mean VA loans. So they said, look, we see in the past that you've always paid things responsibly, but you're just not current because there's no score, and we have to, you know, you have to have a minimum of 660 in your credit score. You have no credit score because you don't have credit. But yes, we see that you have a very good background prior. She said, look, By just doing this small thing, you could reestablish credit and as little as 1 month get any credit card and pay it off. Just buy something that costs maybe $20. Pay it off at the end of, before, pay it off by that month. You will establish immediate credit, and based on your history, your credit score would be X amount, and you will qualify for a mortgage loan from us. That's as little that you have to do. Do it. In 30 days, you will have established good credit, and we can do business. At least do that. So I say, I think I might just do that. Because they all work the same way, these institutions. Well, again, my bank that I went to initially the first time, they did not do a credit score on me, um, but just they said based on my history, I think he said. Um, so I don't know what history he did because he didn't check my credit scores that he told me later on. Okay, but he still gave me a letter, even though, as I told you folks, he made a typo in my address and made a severe mistake on the property amount and the loan amount. It was a loan amount for, get this, people, he really screwed up. $720,000 loan approval. He said I put the wrong label on it. Oh, okay, I have to print you out another one. Real incompetent. And they don't handle all 50 states, only the East Coast, excluding Georgia, they said, but they do Pennsylvania. So what if I want Texas or Arizona or Montana or any other state? They don't cover it, so it's limiting me. And plus, they do not handle construction loans for veterans. But the traditional loan that you see a house that's made already, and you buy the property. Okay, that's all that they would consider. But as a backup, I accepted that letter of a pre-approval because if push comes to shove, I'll use that. If push comes to shove. So, um, so that's what happened. And what else? So this other loan, mortgage institution I contacted, again, they're saying the same thing. So this is going to be the common theme that they will have to check my credit score before giving me any pre-approved form to show a realtor or developer, right? Okay. So establish credit, people. And if you have a clean history, but you haven't had credit in many years, like myself, get one. Get one ASAP. They say you establish credit as fast as 1 month. I gave her my telephone number, and she says, in 30 days, I'll call you back. I said, okay. I took her name and number down. Yeah, the other advice I tell you people, okay, each one teach one. See, I share my experiences because, see, this channel, Spirit Journey, is about helping the community that I represent. And that is the people who view my videos. And in particular, I really am reaching out to the Black community because I am a Black person. But any human being of any race, religion, orientation is welcome to my information. My information is free. I'm here about enlightening people, enlightening myself, and letting you know what my experiences are in order that you could protect yourself. That's what it's all about, people. And please give me a thumbs up in the process. That's free. This is good information I'm giving. And I'm learning too. This is very, I was very angry yesterday with the multiple mistakes and errors of my lending, my bank, my personal bank that I've done business with them since uh, 2010. Since 2010, I've been at this bank. Okay, so it's going on. It's 11 and a half years now. 11 and a half years. I think that's long enough. Okay, so yeah, so well, let's see what else now. And there were several aspects of my search. Yeah, I was all over the place yesterday on the internet, trying to gather information. Yeah, I checked developers. See, I want to get um, a special type of house built. Yeah, I want to get a round shape home. I know many of you've never heard of that, but there are homes that are round in shape. They're stronger. They withstand wind better, just like the principles of a tree. You notice that trees are round? No tree is square, right? Why is that? See, nature is the best designer. And you find with modern architecture, they make these weird shaped buildings. See, modern architecture, and even the old ones, see, they are, and I did a video talking about the shapes of buildings. Yes, I did. I don't remember what I called that video, but I know it has the word about the cell, CELL. Like these buildings serve as batteries, like cells that hold energy, that suck up energy. Thus, you have to pay a lot of money. Yes, if you just look with your eyes in any city, what shape of the building are they? They are square-like in shape, flat. What happens? The wind hits it. They're not as hold integrity. And inside, to heat it up, it's not efficient with air circulation. So it gets super hot, stagnant air. It's very poor construction, very poor design. Okay, it's very poor. It's see, people, developers are into looks, and society today is superficial, and they are all about looks, not function. They are about looks and not function, and so that's why it's all this chaos in cities. See, when the city cannot breathe adequately, and this is even excuse me, pre-COVID. The energy, the flow of energy within that city, outside or inside that building, is stagnant and it builds up and it's not lively. It's not good design. It's a poor design. You see buildings breaking so easily when a hurricane hits or a tornado, you know? You don't want that. Excuse me. My apology. My apology, people. Boy, I need a glass of water. Let me see if this water's still in this. Oh, yeah, there's some water here. Yeah, my apology with this, with coughing. So, it's essential, people, that you have to work smart. Work smart. Work, you know, what you have. See, um, I'm an older person, you know, to start looking for a house. I'm not like in my 20s or 30s, you know. I'm a little older, and I'm older person, and you need things when you get older in life. You're looking for comfort. You're looking for efficiency. So you young folks out there who are listening, go for quality and efficiency because it's going to be cheaper in the long run. You're looking for longevity, okay? These designs are that they do now is just to capture your fancy, but it's so poorly designed. They can have a human in mind. They must have tested these apartments with these homes with a robot in it. No human being's going to live in that. Yeah. You have a thing called, I think, called feng shui. They talk about like the style, the arrangements of a home. And it's not to sound new agey. See, certain things are built on principles. Let's say you have how you have your furniture. If you're banging into the furniture and stuff like that, you think that's free flowing energy in that house when it's cramped, you can't move around. Like my place where I live, my apartment, it's getting kind of crowded. And I was bumping into things and had bruises on the side of my leg because I was bumping into things. I want so that, enough room so I can move freely about. As you get older, you need that. You don't want to trip over things, you know? And you want things so that you can grow into. Yeah, when I moved into this place, I just had the bare minimum, the essentials, things that I moved in with. And then over the 18 years, because now it's going on 18 years that I've been in this apartment, of course, in 18 years, you're going to accumulate things. So have that in mind too, that what you get, have something that's a little flexible, that it will permit at least some growth, you know? What if you're a younger family, younger people, and you get children? So you want to have some growth ability in uh, that dwelling place, okay? What else now? Um, Yeah, they show you these, I looked at websites and some of the places they show, oh, people, wow, man. Oh, some of the things that I saw look beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But what it can get you frustrated if you're a black person like myself because they want like oh wow, so many things I don't want to forget, but yeah, let me before I forget, let me tell you about this story. I found a website of what do you call those those green communities, those eco-friendly communities. And it's a development place. This one is in Maine, I saw. And when I initially saw it, I said, wow, let me check this out. They have like a farmland. It's on 1,000 acres. Um, they have farms that for food growing, uh, a recreation center, a mini city, like a mini place on 1,000 acres, and they have these built these homes with what it's like um, rustic but still kind of chic, very modern. Um, I think they even have compost place, composting, your garbage and everything. Really nice. And it turns out it just opened last year in 2020. Yep, in 2020. That was just last year. This is 2001, folks. And so I looked further on their website. They had a big website. And so I said, hey, let me, they had the part about the pricing. Well, let me tell you about that pricing. A real killjoy. Yeah, it was a killjoy, right? See, they build up your hopes so high, like a development. Because see, I would consider something like that a community, a green community with other people living there. That's ultra modern and you know living with other people with green living, um, and like a prepper. Because it's also designed for like in case of chaos. It's up in the air, so in case of flooding and other disasters, they said, implying like, hey, you got like a rioting stuff like that, chaos in New York. I mean, in America. At least they that's how it was implied to me. If you read their website, for like preppers. With the pricing, boy, oh yeah, the pricing. Well, they said that as little as, get this, over $500,000. If you got uh, over $500,000 to $1 million plus dollars, hey, you may be able to come here. So it was such a killjoy. Yeah. Oh, wow. So, a lot of places, people, they have, yeah, why I also mentioned them. I mean, yes, places are expensive. You get what you pay for. So they give all these amenities and upscale living. It's going to have a price tag at that. But see, they made it seem like, okay, like this is what they're doing now. They'll get because they want to sound like they're inclusive, okay? Because, with all the rioting they're doing, that was done last year in 2020. Okay, and one of the people on the websites, it was a video attached to it. A guy said, oh, and I'm coming from New York City. This weird voice. And again, it's just opening up. I mean, they just started in 2020. This is February 2001 as we speak. Okay? So they probably started right after right at the when COVID hit, right? Because it was getting real ugly last year with all the riots and things like that happening nationally. So people are, so this developer purchased 1,000 acres, is will be building homes, and it's a cute little website. And the developer is, last name is, is that, what's the name? An Ashkenazi surname. And then the second person on the list, that was the founder. And then they have an interior designer, so they get a Hispanic name for that. And then the voiceover in the video presentation, which was nicely done. I mean, it's all done so sophisticated. They use a person with a very strong African American uh, dialect or intonation accent to speak on the voiceover, right? And then the rest of the people were Caucasian. So they want to make you think that it's something inclusive when they purposely use an African American sounding voice. And no, that is not racist to say that that person has an accent that sounds African American or black. I am a black person, born and raised in a black neighborhood, and I know the dialect and accent and intonation of what many of us have. Many of us. And in advertisements, television work, voiceovers, they use specific accents or dialects or intonation according to the community that they're reaching out. Okay? I'm not being a bias. This is how they work. And so they want you to think that it's modern and inclusive. It's psychological when they do that. Why would you use an accent that's not your accent or dialogue or even your voice? I mean, you can have any voice, right? He didn't use his own voice to do it. The founder, it's a man. He had a woman's voice. Okay? They chose it. See, if you have money to buy 1,000 acres, and this is to be a very, what you call, eco-friendly new community, and you have a very detailed website, and the minimum asking ticket over $500,000. You don't think they did their homework or got someone, did their research on how they want to promote their product or services? People like this who out there. And he had other businesses. This founder, he had this, he did business in New Jersey. Yeah. And on all that also, get this again, on that website, I checked it out. Because I looked up his name. I said, let me check up this guy. Who is this man? Who's he really about? And I see his name is associated with another another developing place in New Jersey something. Okay? And that he was the director of that program there in New Jersey. And now he's in Maine, the state of Maine, up north. So yeah, you want to find who's this person. And on that website again, everybody is white. And nothing wrong with that. You are who you are. All except one person. They had a light-skinned black woman. And what confuses me about it is because, see, in America, I see through my eyes. But again, not everybody sees through my eyes. You see what you see. But it confuses me in America today, the country I was born and raised, and in large urban cities such as New York City, there's so many different types of people. And here New Jersey got a lot of black people. Why isn't there diversity? Okay, yeah, that's a term, and I talked about that term. Black people love to use the word diversity, 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 diversity. And really, the answer is not about diversity. The answer for the black community is to unite and to work together, to unite and not look for diversity, but self sufficiency within the community. We need self sufficiency. We don't need inclusion. We've tried to be included for since the 1950s. So that's over 60 years ago. The black community in general in North America, in the United States of America, has been seeking to be included in the fabric of America. And I'm saying, no, no, that is not the answer. Inclusiveness doesn't help us. Inclusiveness results in the type of websites I'm seeing. When you see websites that is all one race, but they'll borrow an African American's voice to make it sound like they're hip and modern, or that in the website everybody is one, a different race except for one person, and it's supposed to be considered inclusive. This is not. This is not inclusion. So you're being tricked. You're seeing companies in New York City, and I outed this before. Advertisement all over New York City showing black people on magazine covers. I mean, they're nicely done. I mean, they look really chic. Black people, mostly black women, on magazine covers, and over 20, 19, in 2020, when I went into our local drugstore, the magazine section, all the 99% of the covers had black people on it, and black women at that. And or let's say the storefronts, all black people. Yeah. Why? Because they're afraid of their buildings, their property to get vandalized. Because remember, in 2020, which was just last year, just a month and a half ago, about that there were protests and riots in New York City / Manhattan, where people's property were being vandalized and looted. And so they were hoping that to have a black face or put the sign that says Black Lives Matter, that's also what they were doing, Black Lives Matter, that it might spare their business from vandalism. Okay? So it's the same thing, what's being done. So they get a black voiceover, black American sounding voiceover for a commercial, or the posters, the videos. They may include a black person, but but they're not catering to you because they know what we could afford. We can't afford it. Even the luxury, what they did a couple of years ago before the COVID, in one of the new luxury skyscrapers, those tall buildings, residential buildings. Yeah, they had a young black dude looking real sharp, wearing a nice, nice urban wear, really nice. Look real cool. How many black people they got in there? So they want you to think, oh, we're inclusive. We're not prejudiced. Hey, see, we get a black person on the poster to advertise for our brand new development here, this brand new rental units. There are no black people in there, people. There are no black people in there. This is what they do. It's marketing. It's marketing, and it's a sneaky way to make you feel included. And but you don't have money to move in there. Hello, hello. This is what got me sad yesterday. I mean, I was searching for hours, and so when I saw that website of the eco-friendly new development in the state of Maine, up north, it didn't apply. I mean, I couldn't afford it. And I was hoping, I said, hey, that might be an option for me. That's something, because it's the developer who's doing the building. And that the lending institution may say yes to that type of development. I can't afford a $500,000. I don't I I don't have that kind of money. I want my own home. I mean, I'd love my own home. My forever home. It's so disappointing, people. But see, I want to go through this process because see, this is a learning school. Yeah, I wanted to cry a little bit yesterday, and yes, I did use some colorful language yesterday with the because my bank that I do that I do business with, that I have my checking and savings account with, I made some really bad errors. They gave me a pre-approved letter in the amount of $990,000 and a loan amount of $720,000. And when I told them, hey, is that a mistake? Oh, I'm sorry, I put the wrong label on it. There was more typos in the address of my home address. You think that's professional, people? You think that's perfect? So the people they must what's happening now? Okay, what's also happening now is the interest rates are dropping to 2.75. That's lower than it's ever been. And now people are racing to buy a property to get out of the big cities like myself and get a mortgage. So they might be overworked and they're messing up people. Anybody else there who is also looking for their own property, you better look very carefully on any document they give you because they made several mistakes on the one they gave me yesterday. Now they have to reprint it, give it to email it to the bank. Because see, now with COVID also, to inform you that they're working from home. They are working from home. They're not there in person at the bank. They work from home. So they have to forward your phone number and your contact information to them, and then they call you back from their home. Okay, that's also what's happening because of the COVID. They're staying at home. That's why also New York City is like a ghost town. I presume that they are working from home, many of them. Plus, many of the businesses are leaving New York City. They're leaving. They are leaving. Yes, thank you, viewer. Thank you for coming on board. And I invite you to say hello in the chat room. Yes, I already talked about the vision I had this morning. And now I'm talking about my uh, home ownership inquiry, and it's not positive. but I'm allowing myself this process as a learning experience of what the market is doing, what are they doing to new seekers of getting your own mortgage, your own property. Here I'm a veteran, and I have this uh, this letter of approval. I think it's called letter of authentic. No, letter of eligibility. It's called letter of eligibility. It's like a voucher, a letter of that the VA will back your loan, your mortgage loan, and you submit it to a developer or a lender, you know, to if when you want to get a home of your own. And then now that they're even though the VA is accepting um, processing people who want to buy land and then build a home on it, they are saying yes to that, the VA, but not the lender. The lender said no, no construct. It's called a construction loan, and they don't want to give it. Just the traditional loan. You see a house you like, and you just apply for a loan. Okay, it's not something that's not made already. Okay, it excludes that type of loan, mortgage loan. And the other component is what was that? What was that? Yeah, they don't offer that. So the VA is approving for one thing, but it's not in sync with the industry. The industry, the lending industry is saying no. So how is that helping us? How is that helping the vendor? I mean the veteran. It's not helping the veteran. Yes, good morning, viewer. Good morning. Yeah, just see, make sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my eyes had closed, people. My apology. I see. Yeah, I see that Claudia had said hello. Yes, morning, morning, Claudia. Yes, good morning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. So you had. Yeah, okay. Thank you for coming on board. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You're a smart person, Claudia. Yeah, you pay it off at the end of the month. Your bill, your credit. Yeah, pay it off. You want good credit. Yeah, and that's oops, sorry about that. Yeah, you want to always people get good credit. Keep good credit. That I want my viewers to be informed and mature about how you conduct your businesses. You know, you incur debt, pay it off in a timely fashion. Okay. Yeah, that's important. So I'm very disappointed how my search is going. Again, I've only, this would be like day 5 of my checking this, the internet for, um, like I was checking what states, the least crime. Yeah, there is a database by the FBI. I think it's fbi.gov, Gov. And it was hard to navigate in it. But there is a database for the crime, you know, by I think it's by state or something like that. See, what I want to do, people, is by county. See, you know, I want I I want to know for myself the data, the data that says, by the government or the police. Police keep data also about the violent crimes. What type of violent crimes, You want to know. You want to know, like, see, there are communities out there. And see, I have a very lean pocket. I'm not a wealthy person. I'm just a regular uh, black girl, a veteran. Um, I'm just a regular girl, regular woman who just wanna, you know, contemplating seeking, possibly getting her own property, my little forever property, something that I'll be able to grow old in, something, I prefer something rural, rural like, I want land so I can grow uh, an edible garden. I want an edible garden. Yeah, I want an edible garden. I hope you guys can hear me. Could you still hear me out there? Because I'm seeing people leaving the chat. Let me know if the audio, because sometimes the audio can come and go, or it might freeze the live stream and it might interfere with the audio. Please type a 1 for yes if you can hear me, okay? So I know to continue. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. So, what was that I was saying? Yeah, there's databases out there. I did find the FBI has one, and it's some fancy name they call it. There's different types of searches on this FBI website. It's a little confusing for me. They had it by state, but I want something like, let's say you want to narrow down to county. You want to know about the county, okay? Because some areas, we know in America that a lot of these places, let me sit up a little bit. I'm lying down as we speak. Oh, okay, just sitting up a little better. A lot of these counties don't have black people. You have a state, okay, let's say the state of Florida, and then you have counties. Now, a county could be big, but people live in neighborhoods, and neighborhoods have what do you call it? Um, okay, what do you call it? Like township? Yeah. So you have the state, and then you have counties, and then you have the townships, something like that, or zip codes. And oftentimes, particular people live in these type of zip codes slash black people. And many of our communities, you got to know um, when that time comes, you got to know the community. Is it high crime? So some of the searches that I've done, and specifically on black population, like I've seen two videos, two YouTubers that focus on where black people are moving to, and I shared in those videos, the video I did about them, that they don't they all seem to focus on urban areas, cities, large cities. But what if you want to retire, or you're looking for something, a quiet neighborhood, a rural area? Yeah, they only had urban and suburbs. You might want rural living. They don't seem to have that. Why don't they have that? Why? I don't understand. In modern America, you're telling me there's no black people that live in the rural settings? Why isn't that the case? I mean, why is that so? Why is that in modern day America? Because you have social engineers people. See, America is made by social engineers, and they created maybe 70 or more years ago. I mean, it was over the past few hundred years, post-slavery, that they forced us off of rural, farmland, and force you to move to urban settings. The bulk of Black America live in urban settings. We are not homeowners in the majority. I went to this black church that was considered higher end in its delivery. They were very together, outwardly. And they catered to black people, so they would give black statistics to their congregation about the black community. But yes, we do have white people there, but it's you know, in a nutshell, it's a black church. Of course, they do have one, just a handful of white people in New York City. It's in Brooklyn. And it's a black pastor. The founder is a black man. And it's considered a mega church. And I used to belong to that one. And yeah, they would give statistics on the black community. And the statistics they shared was that about 70% of white people own their own property, but something like 20% is owned by black people. But at one point, we were homeowners. We had our little homes in those in the South. Might have been small, it might have been modest, but you were homeowners. But we're being driven off the land because of they're making more taxes, and they're making it unlivable for the black farmer. And some of you think it's progress to live in the urban centers, right? But you don't own the property. They own it. And they can control you. But you see people from other parts of the world being affordable these new places. But not you. So, again, a lot of these websites, and I looked at the black ones. I mean, I'm sorry, I meant to say the YouTube uh, channels, black channels. And they're not focusing, there's nothing that I can find about rural areas other than most white people live in those rural settings. And what they were getting at, it seemed to be implying that they may not like black people around. I don't want to live where I'm not wanted. I don't want to live where I'm not wanted, where I won't be safe. I mean, because last year in 2020, there was a lot of violence being done and many black faces that were doing it. Of course, you had a lot of violent white people, but many of them had their masks on, right? So you had people watching those videos, and they're petrified of black people. They're not going to, they're going to be hesitant because they kept seeing the little brown and black faces destroying property. See that? So the movement, if you want to call what happened in 2020 a movement, it held us back many generations. They don't want you to live next door to them. Yeah, they might do the advertisements on, with posters and on websites that show black people, but they don't want you. Because now what they're doing, they are someone is vandalizing the property of these developers. I mean, these are real estate agents. They're being burnt down. That's what's happening. That is what's happening. So I have to know. For me, I have to do my homework. And this is also, I'm doing this also as an assignment to to really see what is going on in America for those black people who want to just start out and be new homeowners and what they may be up against. Yeah, what's given is a feeling of inclusion, but it's really not designed to be affordable for you. So even though in the advertisement they get an African American sounding accent voiceover for their video, but how many black people could afford it to move in? See that? This is where trickery comes in to try to make, give the veneer of inclusion. I'm not looking for inclusion. That is not what I'm looking for. I passed all that. But I want a place that I be safe, that doesn't have a high, what do you call it? High physical, what do you call it? Violent crimes and property crime. Those are the two things. I learned that terminology of violent crimes that include like murder, rape, things like that. And then they have property crimes, such as someone breaking into your home and mashing your home up. Okay, those are, and in fact, when I looked in the FBI database yesterday, FBI.gov, and they have something on, the crime statistics, and they show, I think by state, what we call it, what cities have these high crimes. I want to go even deeper. What counties? What counties to avoid? Because you have to know what area where people with my complexion live. I don't want to waste my time. They have these places, or what they call gated community, because one of the videos I watched, I was watching a video that gave reference to communities that offer what they call a prepper, you know, um, or an eco-friendly community. They don't do. I mean, they don't they don't handle your needs. It's not affordable, I should say. It's unaffordable. One of them that said it was a gated community. Oh yeah, and so when I called up this was also new. This was maybe 2 days ago, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. I left my information and then they called me. And again, I was so angry with her. When I asked her about see, I told them how I got their information, their website, that a YouTuber shared that information, that they know about communities that are, what's that name they said? I apologize. Oh, brother, what was I going to say? Well, it's about, what's that? Oh, the statistics. Oh, it's supposed to be that they offer the type of building that I'm looking for, a round-shaped building. Yeah, and I was very hopeful, and something that would be safe to move in. And she said, well, that's personal. Like I said, oh, what areas? Okay, because the website said that a particular region in the South has this type of prepper, so I gave them the name of the town that it shared, that it gave that does this. And um, they, they, they didn't want you to know. So, it's something they didn't want you to know. I mean, that, um, you got to know. So, yeah, she says, oh, well, that's, because the lady was a realtor. I'm sorry, I almost forget. The woman that I called up, the website, they, they, I gave them my information, what I was looking for, and they had a lady call me from her home and what they cover. What, I thought they would know about the prepper village because I told her. I said this particular website made mention about the region where you represent that does X, Y, and Z. And she said, oh, well, you have to come in person, 'cause that's personal. You have to, come and look around. Because I asked her what areas in that county offer that style of living. And then when I lastly mentioned about being a person of color, or what areas that are friendly to, where other blacks live. Oh, well, that's personal. Well, what are you there for as a realtor? What are you there for? Hello, does this make sense to you people? You are a realtor and you're playing dumb about not knowing an area that offers because I told her what type, my age and everything, and that I'm retired, and this is the type of lifestyle I'm looking for. I like things that are, scenic, and the square footage that I'm looking for in a home, and all that, and that'd be a VA loan. So that's important data, but that she cannot tell me over the phone. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, what was that they did? Yeah, I would have to go there. I mean, they said, oh, you have to give us your email and everything. Um, but they said, you should come down and take a look so that you know what county. But I don't want to go into any county without first knowing some basic information. How many black people live there? What type what is it made up of? What is the price range of the homes? It's not just going to any town. You got to know what you're going into. And the real estate agent should have that. They said also you got to know, and this was important information about going to a developer first and discuss what type of home you want and its costs first, and that house, whatever you structure your building, ha, you know, has to comply with the land that is going to go on. I mean, they said know the type of house first, and then the land thing comes next. But I think differently. See, my logic is that land has to support that house. And it's the house that you're getting connected to, the land, you know? You don't want to be a parasite to that land. You want that land agreeable to you because that land is to sustain you. I know it sounds new agey, what I'm saying, but it's principle. That land has to sustain you. Is that land fertile? You want to go on land that's fertile. Is that land fertile? That's what you're buying. You're buying the land. The value is in the land. So you want something affordable and something that's safe. For me, I would love to buy the land first and have that land speak to me on the type of living on it because that house has to be agreeable to that land, in my opinion. I mean, they both have to be symbiotic. Symbiotic. Am I accurate, people? Am I accurate? Yeah, it has to fit. It has to fit. So I'm missing your messages that come on. The covers my covers were covering the messages, so I didn't see it right away. I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to, in my opinion. See, this is just my opinion. Again, I never bought a house. I never bought a house. Um, but I'm curious about homes. I'm curious. I want to know what's out there. I am curious. Yeah. And I don't want to waste my time. Yeah, I want the land to speak to me, say yes. I know it's funny what I say. I know. Yeah. But isn't that important to you, people? If the land doesn't speak to you, why you even build a home on that? It has to speak to you. It has to be alive. That land has to be alive so that it could sustain you. I want to be able to plant a garden, an edible garden, people. I want this to be like a homestead, a homestead living. It doesn't have to be big, but I want it efficient and to my specifications of lifestyle. You want the house that you live in, that you invest in your money, to suit your lifestyle of living and safety. Okay, that's important. It's highly important. But it seems like with the agent, they said, you got to know the area. You have to go look around that we cannot tell you. They didn't want to tell me about different areas. Because I told them, well, a website said that they mentioned your name, at least the area that you represent, that you offer that eco lifestyle. So you would know that data, what type of homes are out there. Says, well, no, that's personal. And then to put the nail in the coffin, I said, well, I am a person of color. I didn't say race, but I'm a person of color, and what properties out there that are conducive with the lifestyle that I want to have. The uh, off-grid living, um, and to be able to plant an edible garden. You know, what areas are there like that? That has uh, black people. Oh, but that's personal too. People, people. See, you know why they're saying that? Because it's a liability for them as an agent. It's a liability. But when you go there physically, they're going to see what you look like. And based on your income, I told her about the size of homes. She knows what she has available, what size homes, with the type of lifestyle or, rural setting that I'm looking for. You know right away when someone walks in, oh, yeah, let me show them this property, right? So, but that's not the case. That is not the case. I have to come down to that town and look around. I don't want to go there and be in jeopardy if it's one of those neighborhoods, you know? That is a reality now, especially after last year in 2020. Remember about that jogger? Remember the black jogger who came, who was just jogging through a neighborhood and it had a house in construction and he just peeked in. Well, he did more than peek in. He did walk in and walked out. It only took 3 minutes because there were cameras on him the whole time. And he was in there for 3 minutes. He left. He never took anything. He didn't even touch anything. And it cost him his life. It cost him his life. Yeah. And so I don't want someone you thinking, oh, I'm going into something that's being made, maybe it's like the realtor is developing it. But, well, sometimes they're, private folk building that land and not like a developer. I did visit a place like that before. It was a relative of mine who was moving into a community, a developing, a place like an area that has plots of land that they're building homes on, new homes. And so, yeah, he brought me in one of them. I mean, his house was already completed, but you walk around the neighborhood, they're building all these homes. That could have been one of us. Again, it was the neighborhood is under construction. New. It's a brand new community. But something like that could have happened to us, right? We weren't in there for just 3 minutes. We went in it, yeah, royally. So I think it's that type of community, like a developer, and they own the land and then they build houses. They might have like another section of sample homes that you can choose from. You say, okay, I like that sample home, and according to your map, I think I would like this um, plot of land on it. It's okay. So I have to find somebody like that, you know? I gotta find that. I have to find that. Yeah. I have to find a developer. I want to waste, I see spirit journey here. When you get older, you get wiser sometimes, and you don't want to waste your time. Your time is precious. I don't want to waste my time in talking to real estate agents who are racist. I mean, I know of someone um, who shared with me, this was many, many, many years ago, and it was a husband and wife, and they are a growing family, and they went to a realtor, and the person said, um, yeah, oh, what was that now? They were to show them around. And yes, there were people of color, and they were showing them really shoddy neighborhoods. Well, that person told me they never got out of that car. They refused to get out of the car. Now, that's a smart person. I commend them for doing that. You're standing your ground. Don't you dare get out if you think that they're lowballing you and showing you crap. And then someone also shared that They told the realtor right off. Okay, they said, okay, they chose to live in this county because it's uh, where their spouse would be working at, and they want a county where where their job is, and they do not want any neighborhoods where the people will call you the N word. Yeah, they did. They said it, and yeah, they did. They did get in a really nice place. I understand. Yes, they're happy with it. See, these are things that these real estate agents, these white real estate agents, don't tell you. See, they should represent. You know, they cannot. They don't. They're not stupid. They know. They see. There's also realtors that are honest people, and that they are told. Some of them are warned that you better not bring a person of color into this neighborhood or else. So it's not just them, they are being threatened too. They said, you do this and we will not use your services anymore. Well, you want to get clients. So they're forcing you to do something that's highly unethical, you know, and maybe even illegal. It's being done. I want to believe that there is somewhere out there, that I could be shown beautiful rural-like settings where black people live, that doesn't have all this horrible uh, killings of us. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I think what I might do, I'll check with if the FBI has a phone number. I mean, I gotta get I don't want to waste my time. I gotta find the databases. I did find one on the FBI.gov, but it's not the one that I'm looking for or a type. There is a database. I remember a YouTuber sometime last week. The YouTuber had access to some database that showed with counties, the like you have a state and then the counties, and they had in a view all the counties that were very questionable, meaning high crime and high property damage. Oh, they're out there. They are there. I have to find out how they got it. Yeah, I have to know. And do my homework. Yes, the realtor that I mentioned earlier in this live stream is correct that I have to do my homework. I have to know what area that I would consider living. And I thought, the area I gave wasn't enough because now it's liability. They cannot openly say, oh, well, this one has a populate. They have to be, what's that, politically correct. They have to be politically correct. Okay? So they're not going to tell me over the phone. So how she's going to conduct the information, conduct the inquiry if I physically go to see her, the agent, because they have to be based on several criteria. Um, my credit score, you have to know that. Um, and, just know a various of things. Yeah. See, this is where frustration comes from. When we want to, when we get all excited and they get our hopes high with these the vouchers that the Veterans Affairs are giving out to its active member and vets to get a mortgage or to buy the land first and then have a house built on it. The VA is saying yes, but the banks, the loan officers aren't doing it. They're not doing that type of loan. Just the loan that you already made. Something that already exists. But again, one of them did say, hey, if you can find a developer who owns both the land and the house, and it would be their project, but you make a contract with them, and then upon the contract, then they build it, and then they either said when it's completely done or 90% done, they give an appraisal. They have to appraise the property, and then pay pay the lawyer, and have the lawyer handle. I said, wow. Yeah, these are the, some of the things that I'm encountering, what they're saying, what's needed. I'm sure there's other things now. Let me see. Hmm. Yeah, you got to know the crime stats. You don't want to be in prison. See, that's what's happening in New York City. It's like a prison. It's getting like a prison. You want to be able to go out and get air. You don't want to be robbed. Again, the database that I did see with the FBI late yesterday evening had the violent crimes, and most of the violent crimes occur in your home. The violent crimes are occurring mostly in your home, and then uh, your property. Yeah, those are the main two. Yeah. So you better know, because you don't want to be hostage in your new home. But now, see, a lot of the whites left New York City. The wealthy whites, they left. So you got a lot of poor people living on the streets. Those rich people, they have their second homes. Yeah. And a lot of, like I mentioned early in this live stream, that I found this one website of a new community that was just built in 2020. It's not even finished built yet. Yeah, and I believe let me tell you what else. With this video, it's a what you call an eco-friendly village that they're building in Maine. Yeah, because when I did one of my searches for uh, communities that offer off-the-grid living, or I should say states that promote off-the-grid living, because some states or some counties do not allow you to not be connected to the grid, meaning the electric company. You have to be connected to their grid. And let's say a well, they may not allow you to build a well on your own property. See that? See how the system is imprisoning you, that you can't do things on your own land. But some states, I found, I wrote down a list of some states that are what you call off the grid or homestead living. But some banks do not offer you loans in that state. Like my bank, like the bank that I did business with that I shared earlier in this live stream, do not have representation, yeah, locales in certain states. My bank primarily is just the East Coast in the United States, excluding Georgia, but they do have Philly. I mean, Pennsylvania. Okay? A lot of these places are not in the East Coast. The prepper communities, the alleged prepper community. And the realtor that did call me on Saturday, yeah, it was Saturday. You know what else? How incompetent some of these people are. Now I did it all by internet. I think I called them and I spoke to someone, like they had a number, 1-800 number, I think it was. I gave them my name and telephone number, and we agreed on a time. And when the person called me, they asked, like in a real question voice, "Is this so and so?" Like that. I said, "What? Um, no," 'cause I thought it was a wrong number. But they acted like they know, like they know me, but they're not like. Because see, the name that they gave is a name of a relative, a family member of mine. So I was thinking, oh wow, someone wants to get in contact with tell me something about a family member or something, I was worried there for a moment. But no, guess what? So I said, no, that's not my name. And I think I gave my name, my first name. They said, oh, okay. Well, I had someone with the first, the same initial, first initial like yours. And so I wasn't sure. Well, don't you have the name written down on the paper? You have a telephone number and a name. So what happened? So they're real incompetent. Yeah. Yeah, how do they keep a job? So here my bank made multiple mistakes on the pre-approved form they gave me for a mortgage. But they only cover the classic type loan, the house is already built and you look at it and you want a mortgage to buy it. That type of loan they give, but not the what's called the construction loan, where you find land and then you have the house built on it. They do not offer that through the VA. And so they wrote the wrong address on the letter, the pre-approved letter, and then they wrote a dollar amount on that pre-approved loan, which probably be for a millionaire. The property they said was for $990,000, and that the loan amount was for $720,000. And I know what we discussed over the phone. So I called him. Yeah, I had to get it at the bank. Like, see, now the banks are not they're not there at the bank. The loan officer, they're working from home. Just the teller to get your money. Just the teller's there, and then you go in person, and then you set the appointment up, and then they call you, the mortgage agent. And so here, this mortgage agent was to call me Friday. He never called. He didn't call Saturday either. He didn't call Sunday. And then I called Monday, the bank, and told them what happened. They never called. And then he calls me about an hour or 2 hours later. And then he has to hurry off the phone. He didn't give me the information I needed. He said, I got my manager. I have to talk to my manager now. Well, you called me. We were doing business. So he hangs up on me. He said he would call me back in 5 minutes. He doesn't. I waited an hour, and then I called the bank again. I say, hey, what happened? He doesn't call me on Friday, and then when he does finally call me, he hangs up on me. I say, this is unprofessional. Unprofessional. That's what's happening. These people now are really incompetent. And now, if someone like myself did that, I would be fired, right? I'd be fired. And then the other agent who I did speak to on, I think it was Saturday, uh, says to me, "Oh well, that's personal." When I asked her about the what location, because I told them a website referred them that they offer um, a what do you call it, off off the grid living, and she doesn't seem to have any concept of what I'm talking about, and she never responds to that inquiry. And I elaborate. I said the website said that that neighborhood, that county, has this type of lifestyle, and it's a gated community. And then I asked her, is it gated because of that it's an off-grid community, or it's just a a gated community in the classic sense? She didn't answer that. Or you have to come down and take a look in the neighborhood, in the area, because it's a personal thing. You have to decide that for yourself. So what are you there for as an agent? She says, oh, well, you first have to get the house, know what house you want and the cost, and then you come see me. That's what she was saying. Okay. So it's like it's going around in circles. Some places you can't go physically there right away. You want to get a price range. About that it's going to suit your needs, and that um, something that is what do you call it? That you can grow an edible garden on. A good real estate agent would know what land is good for. Let's say you want to plant trees, fruit trees. If it's all sandy or clay, it may not grow there. A good real estate agent would know that. They don't seem to know anything. And it's very, very frustrating, people. Yeah. So this is what I'm encountering. I am encountering highly, highly incompetent people making multiple mistakes that will jeopardize you when you physically go over to a developer or a real estate agent with the pre-approved letter. There are mistakes on it, so you look incompetent. So how is that going to make you marketable and competitive for getting a property? And then again, they're telling me that they do not do construction loans for veterans, even though the VA says that they approve of that type of loan. And compounded on that, okay, the other aspect, they said, well, if you get a developer that owns both the land and the houses, you make an agreement with them, sign a contract. Once it's complete, then the lender will uh, do, what do you call it, an assessment on the property. And if they approve of the property, then they give the lawyer they said they will wire the money to the lawyer. Okay. So it's a big procedure. I don't know how I'm going to do this. So it's like I'm back to square one because about, I think it was over 5 years ago, I toyed with the idea of buying a home because of the place where I bank had this advertisement on the wall say, hey, go talk to an agent and find out if you are approved, if you can be approved for a mortgage. So I was just curious, hey, what amount of money would they qualify me for? But they didn't have it didn't offer um, what they call a construction loan. You have to buy a house that's already built. Well, I don't want to buy someone else's problems. A lot of people leave homes because it has a problem and they can't afford to fix it, so they just want to move into a new home, you know? I'd rather move into a new home. Yes, you can get new problems in that new home, but yeah, I don't want old people's problems. I mean, old home problems, excuse me. I don't want old home problems. I want something that is strong, durable, you know, and sustainable. If I'm going to do this, I'm not a spring chicken, people. I'm not a spring chicken, and I want something that I can grow old in. I want something that's beautiful, that's clean. I already live in a city that has all these amenities. I've been living where I live, that you can see here, the skyline. It's a beautiful skyline. It's absolutely beautiful. It has all amenities. I'm near everything, but it's dangerous. New York City is dangerous. I already explained to you guys that I have a dog and they try to grab my dog. It was a derelict, a drug addict. And then another guy who is who was boozing, um, saying to my dog that he wants to take my dog anyway to give to his girlfriend for her birthday present. Yeah. And then, oh, it was some other thing. Then I was groped over the summer near where I live. These guys are out of their mind. I mean, they're really doing a lot of construction here. A lot of things are being done, but it's more and more homelessness. It's a paradox. They're investing in a lot of money in New York City. Fancy high rises, new ones that are just coming up, but more homelessness, more drug addiction, and what else? And a lot of the buildings are leaving. A lot of companies are leaving. Restaurants, those cute places in the village. They're all, I mean, all the old places that people, would go to. That's really popular. Yeah, it's like a ghost town. I went out 2 days ago. I went like a half a mile from where I live. I walked over there and back to get some food, and it looked like a ghost town. Hardly anybody was there. Yes, it was cold and breezy, but that never stopped anyone before. Yeah, yeah, that's what's happening. People are leaving. People aren't going outside. Why aren't they going outside? Because of the crime. Because of the crime and because of the COVID. They're scared here in New York City. Yeah, a lot of people, most of the people I would say, walk around with the mask. I don't want to live in a community like this where everybody's afraid and walking with a mask. I want to see people's faces. Yes, yes, use wisdom, yes, but it's just a cold, flu. And it's 99.91 um, recoverable. Yeah. Just put like 0.1% are the ones that are getting sick, and out of that percentage, X number are dying. But they're only focusing on the dying, but not that 99.91% of them recover. But they want you to think it's a new phenomenon. It's not. It's just the flu. It's the cold. And many of these people are dying from pneumonia and influenza, and they're not being treated for that. And so they're actually dying from pneumonia and influenza and not the COVID. They are dying along with pneumonia and influenza. But because they tested positive for COVID, they will be classified as dying from COVID. See, it's all a scam. And I shared with you that YouTuber who researches databases. That he's a developer of this MAP database that holds all these statistics. He developed it about 30, 33 years ago, he said. And one day he was online and he sees his work, the computer database that he developed. And so he was following the information they were providing. And they said they're not being accurate. They're not really showing you accurately the statistics. They're covering up certain statistics. He was able to get the actual data from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, their data, put it on a spreadsheet. What do you call it? Like the, what do you call it? A pie chart or a bar graph? The trends and who's dying of what, how many, the percentages, all that. But they're not sharing it. The system, the media is not sharing it. They want you afraid. And so you wear the mask, and the mask is causing sickness in people. Yeah, I could see a face shield, to walk around with a face shield. That's fine. And I've been to a place that they said, no, you can't come in here with just your face shield. You need that mask. It's ridiculous. And you notice the masks that they use. And I showed you that mask was about a week ago. The mask, and it comes in like in this folder, and it's all in Chinese. These masks are coming from China. Would you trust China to make something? Would you? And this is not to be a pejorative on the general Chinese population. This is about the Communist Chinese Party who's behind a lot of this crap. And we're doing business with China still and buying their masks, the P95 masks. A neighbor of mine had given me, she had extra, and she gave me one of hers. And when I looked at the folder that it was in, that it comes in this little paper, and it had something about COVID. Some of it was written in the English language, like the word COVID was in print, like in English, like. But all the rest in some Chinese language. Hello, people. You don't think that they put something in those masks? Would you trust someone like Communist China Party that they made something? They withheld information regarding the coronavirus when they could have nipped it in the bud, but they wanted to hide the information. Would you think that they hide information about how these masks are made and why they're so keen on you wearing a mask? Maybe they have a contract with China who might be making these masks, and then to get the population sick. Or maybe there's nanoparticles in it with the new nanoparticles. And when they introduce the G5, what's going to happen? G5, it will produce flu-like symptoms. It will produce flu-like symptoms if you inhale some of these masks with questionable fibers that are in it. And I shared you the video with the person using, or I should say, testing the ear swabs, those giant swabs that they put up your nose that goes against your brain. It's just a thin membrane between the brain and the nasal cavity, and they're shoving this swab that has these metal fibers in it, which is nanoparticles. I shared you the video. I shared it about a week and a half ago. You take a look. Take a look. It's for y- I share this for your safety. Each one teach one. See, if we don't share information, we perish. We perish for lack of knowledge. And I don't want that for our community. And there was something else about this community thing. Like when I watched the video and the website for that brand new community that's being built in Maine, just in 2020, it's 2021 now. It's being built. It's a sustainable, e-friendly community. And I asked myself, this is about accountability, people. It's not about being a victim. See, in 2020, blacks in America, and yes, I'm a black person, uh, complain about Black Lives Not Matter and all these crimes that are going with that's happening to black people, which, yes, is true. Blacks are being criminalized, but we're mostly being criminalized by our own. But be as it may, how come our black leaders, our church, in particular, the church, the religious organizations that own mega churches, yes, the mega churches in New York City, and they're old established churches, they're, black organization. I don't have to give the name. You know what black person I'm talking about. That's been around for the past uh, 40 plus years. Okay. How come? Okay. Now, and you see them on the subways in New York City, um, asking for money for their magazine. Okay. They're making money somewhere. That organization has been around for over 80 years, I believe. So all this time, for several generations, they've been around, and they have magazines, they have a website, and all that, and they receive money from their congregation. How come they haven't built a community? How come they didn't buy plots of land? Oh, in fact, okay. Now, I did go to that particular organization's website. It's free to look at. I'm not going to give the name, but it's a free website to look into. You have access to everything on their website. They have videos and all this stuff. And they had shared on their website that they had money, but the government took it away, and that they had property, but the government took it away. And they're not allowed to have carry arms, they said. Oh, boo-hoo. So how the hell are you supposed to protect what you have? You're supposed to be representing our community. For all these years, 80 plus years, you're supposed to be representing the black community. And all these years, you have nothing to show, nothing. And you have an organization that just got established last year in 2020, and it probably started around COVID. That's what I speculate. What happened when the COVID hit, and they say, hey, we could benefit from this. We got this land up here. Hey, we're going to have a flock of people want to come into our eco-friendly, and also it's supposed to be based on, like, if a natural disaster hits, so it's way up in the air, so if flooding hits, and I think if a riot or something happens, that they're going to be protected. Something like that. At least with the flooding, they're protected because way up in the mountains. Okay, some high altitude. Okay, so this one just opened up in 2020, and it's February 2021, and this organization that's supposed to educate on your blackness and that their religion or belief system or creed is the truth, but they are unable, their God is unable to help them keep their money, keep their land. Okay? This is very important, people. And I hope you can hear me, and I hope you share this information. It's just for food for thought for you, what you may need to consider. And it really what I say applies to any race. Yes, I'm a black person, and I'm talking to a black audience primarily who subscribe to my channel. But yes, I have other people who subscribe to my channel that are not black, but in general. But again, all are welcome, all races are welcome, and I treat all races um, with respect. This is about helping humanity, but I have to help myself and my own first. And that's biblical. You don't support your family, you're reprobate. You have to help yourself as an individual first. Just like when you fly a plane. When you're on a plane and when a disaster happens, you have to don the mask on you first, and then you help your dependent, right? It's the same principle. I'm basing on principle. I'm not basing it on being selfish or biased. No, that is not where I'm coming from. That is not where I'm coming from. Anybody, any race, creed, color, orientation can benefit from my videos because it's based on principles that I share. I'm basing it on principles from the information I received, from the experience I received. And anybody can benefit from it because knowledge is power if used. So that's why I share it. Okay? So, so here you have an organization that's brand new. How are they able to purchase or have control of 1,000 acres in the state of Maine, and then to have access, like they have a developer, you know, and they have an interior designer and someone who knows about the eco-friendly environment and composting. I mean, that sounds wonderful. That's someone who did their homework. They said the homes will start being built this year, okay, sometime in 2021, which is now 2021. I think over the summer, okay? So this person could work that quickly, people, but this uh, black organization doesn't have their self together. You know how many I like where I live and where I used to live. They have more churches than you can shake a stick. I'll repeat. There are more churches than you can shake a stick. There are several on one block across the street from each other. And the more churches in the black community, the more poverty it is. Why can't the God of these black neighborhoods protect them? Why are their God weak? Why? You have to ask yourself this question. Why can't their God perform? Why can't they be protected? Why can't it give them supply their needs if their God says, I'll supply all your needs? There's death in the black community. Why can't the God prevent all this death that's happening, that's plaguing? They're all cursed because you have a system that is in place in America, and a system that will attack any race, any nationality, any orientation. See, what happened last year in 2020 is a shift in the governing of America. It's shifting a new administration of control over the people, but over all the people. So just don't think I'm not here to target any race. I'm not. That's not what this is about. This channel or live stream. It's not about offending people. It's giving information as I get it, so you can do your homework, so you can do and prepare for yourself and your loved ones what you're going to do. Why isn't it being done in the black community? Why are these neighborhoods in New York City where I live, why aren't they offering you an opportunity to live in these communities, type of communities of wellness? It's known that most of us are sickly people. We have the most obesity and mortalities. That means disease, sicknesses. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Why? And you're allowing these people to bring in fast food joints that is destroying your personal wellness. And something like that could happen to any race demographics. See, greedy people and evil people don't just say, oh, I only hate this group. A hater is a hater. And like with Nazi Germany, they didn't just attack the Jews. That was their initial target. Well, that was one of the targets. But yeah, they got the elderly, they got the physical handicapped. Yeah, they were really going ruthless. Yeah. So a hater is a hater of humanity. You can't say that they are a hater. I mean, they hate so and so, but they love humanity. It doesn't equate. It doesn't mix. A hater can turn the key against you and destroy you also, who they initially say, oh, you're my friend. No, people, no, it doesn't work that way. A hater is a hater. I am a lover, but I will speak out my truth when I see it. I expose some of the things that I experience in order to protect you, the listener, from it to happening from you, so you can warn your loved ones. Anyone could benefit from that information, how you want to use it. It's for your use to protect you, your personal body, and your interests. Why aren't the black community that dominate the urban center, why aren't they buying buildings of wellness? Why aren't they planting food gardens? What do you call it? For solar power and investing in this. Why? Aren't there any? They're black organizations. People, and I may mention to them sororities and fraternities. They don't have meetings. They say, hey, this is hurting our community. Hey, wouldn't it be wise for us to become sustainable because um, our percentage of diseased people, obesity and the comorbidities are hurting us. We're dying at an early rate than the general population. Shouldn't we come together and make a plan of wellness or start a community of sustainable living and um, developing our own foods that promote wellness, they don't have common sense. I tell you something else, what I'm noticing. When you start looking over the internet with the places that, you hear the term sustainable. That's one of their key buzzwords. I was introduced to that word when I was in school. I was a nutrition major. I successfully completed my master's degree program at one of the major colleges here in New York City for nutrition. And they were saying these are some of the buzzwords: sustainable living. Yes. And that when you look at them, okay, you'll make your own assessment, but look at them. Look at their names. And many of them, like the website that I saw yesterday on the new development that just started in 2020 and it's 2021 right now, have particular surnames. And these surnames historically uh, don't have people that look like me in them. And I shared early in this live stream that that particular organization that just started in 2020, that they're all, they're all people, the mass majority don't look like me. But they have one out of all their website, that's on their website, they have one person of color. And then one person with a Hispanic last name, but they're classified most likely as Caucasian, right? Why is that? The guy started out in New Jersey. There are tons of black people and other people of color in New Jersey. But why do you have, when you have your second organization in Maine, the people who run it, you know, none of them look like me? But then they want to make you think that they're being inclusive, and in their voiceover on their website, they have like a beautiful video with a voiceover of an African American sounding woman with a very strong African American accent. Why did they do that? Because they want the listener to think that, oh, they're what's the word that they say, diversity. See, a lot of black people love to hear that word, diversity. So it's to give the illusion of diversity because they hear a black voice, but you don't see black people on their video, on their website, except for one. It was a light-skinned black woman, but nobody else. Why is that? Why? Because, see, now racism has to disguise itself very creatively. You can put people on a magazine, black people of color on a magazine cover or on a billboard. That doesn't mean crap. It's who's getting in. Is it economically inclusive or does it exclude in nature? Who could afford it? That's what I'm getting at, people. And so they don't want you to know information about whether, about the gated communities. Does it offer, are black people allowed? They don't want you to know or ask that. They'll just say, like the lady that I spoke to on Saturday, oh, well, that's personal. And I thought, okay, which neighborhoods, which areas are communities there are black communities so I can research it. Oh, well, that's personal. People, you're just going to sit there and just listen and not respond? Tell me. Tell me, am I making sense, people? Yes or no? Tell me. Put a yes or no. Am I making sense? Oh, I see that. Okay. Sylvia, yeah, Sophia. Morning, morning. Sorry, I missed your hello. Yeah, 6:68. Okay, my apology for that, Sophia. My apology for that. Yeah, yeah, the covers keep on covering the live chat. I didn't see it covered there. Yeah, my apology. Yes, good morning, Sophia. Sophia. Yeah, people. What I share is very, very important information. See, yes, they want people shaken up in these big cities and then flee to these other locations like Maine, like in Maine, that I just, saw the website yesterday evening, late yesterday evening. And the cheapest one is going for over $500,000. It just started out last year in 2020. It's 2020. It's February 2021. It's not even completed yet. Their 1,000 acre land in Maine. 1,000 acres. But yet the black organizations that's been around for over 80 years don't have the common sense. You don't think they're getting money? They don't have money to buy land. Only people with the surnames, the type of last names that that website had, the founder. Only they, only they have common sense to work together, to form uh, uh, a living community. Why do black people want to live in urban jungles? People, am I making sense? Yeah, okay, Sophia said, no worries. Don't want to interrupt your train of thought. Thank you, Sophia. Yes, yes. I appreciate you. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, I know you understand, Sophia. Yeah, the train of thought. And my train of thought is not based on hatred against people. I hate what some people do onto others. That is what I'm reacting to. I'm reacting not to the person, but to the behavior and the possible intent of some individuals. It's about intent. The intent is to exclude, but to give the veneer that they are including you by for you to see a black face or to hear an African American intonation accent as a voiceover in their highly sophisticated website and their videos on their website that's professionally done. It's to make you believe that you are included, but by the money with someone with that type of dialect of talk does not it oftentimes does not have that kind of money. Yeah, Oprah would have that kind of money. $550,000 to 1 million plus for a brand new uh, the one and two bedroom units. She'd probably get that for like an investment to rent out maybe, or to have guests to stay at. It look real scenic, and then they have like I think it might be computer generated. The website for the videos that they show of the establishment. Yeah, it looked really because I was I found it just by accident late last night. I said, "Oh wow, okay," because the lending agencies say that I cannot get a construction loan, even though the VA Veterans Administration say yes, they will support they will back that type of loan, a construction loan. But the private lenders are saying no. But one said if a developer is handling both aspects to their land, the land and the housing on that land, that they would consider, that they would do that. But there are requirements. And the requirement is that you have to have a written agreement with that developer to agree on the price and everything. And then once it's complete, there was that someone from the uh, mortgage lender to evaluate the land, to evaluate the property, make an assessment on it, and then if it comes to their standard, then they will wire the money to the lawyer. They told me. Okay, they're making sure they don't, that person take the money and run. Okay, okay. So that's what's happening. But how am I, but in general, what the lending agencies officers are telling me, no, I'm sorry, no construction loan. But I say it's a new policy with the VA. The VA is now doing construction loans. They're backing them. Well, I'm sorry, we don't do that. I said, well, who does? So they said, oh, why don't you go to a credit union? Maybe they do that. I don't belong to a credit union. See that? It's so frustrating. But see, I want to go through this process to really, nothing like experience, firsthand experience at doing something, to learn from something. And I want to continue with this happening. It's very discouraging. I was so full of hope because it was just now about 5 days ago when I discovered about the new vouchers are that they're allowing you to buy land and then build a house on it. But see, they're not the private lenders are not coordinating with the VA. They just want to do a traditional mortgage loan. And also the real estate agents don't want to give information over the phone, like about different communities. They said, well, you got to do your research. You got to, well, I don't know what's up there. You called me. I gave them the information. I called them, um, gave them my name, contact number. I told them what I wanted, and that someone would come back, phone me back. So they did that based on the information that I gave them, and then they're not going to give me the information. Oh, well, that's personal. That's what she said. Oh, well, that's personal. Come to the area, look around, and see what's out there. I don't want to. I mean, some people are crazy, and I do not, as a woman, as a single woman. That I'm sorry, that's my little doggy woggy. My little doggy woggy. I don't want to go in a neighborhood, and they don't like black people. That's also why I was doing all that research also yesterday about different crimes. What area has what crime? I don't want to go in a high crime area. They make this very difficult, very, very difficult. But see, it's a good exercise for me about what is happening today and why blacks people in particular are so stressed out because they make it difficult for you to just get ahead. They offer the veteran hopes of buying a new home. Oh, this bank doesn't cover that neighborhood or that state. Or, oh, I'm sorry, we don't handle construction loans. So again, it's to give the veneer that of inclusiveness, but it's not. It's not. And again, it's not about diversity. We are hung up on the term, black people are hung up with the term called diversity. Go on YouTube, type in black people uh, looking for what's ideal place for black families. And all of them are in the urban jungles. Why the hell you want to go live in an urban jungle when it doesn't serve you? It had the urban jungle has not been good to us for over the past 70 years. It hasn't. It's just a lot of social decay. A few of us have lucked out and live in half decent homes, but we even us are living around poverty. So you might be doing okay, but the houses around you, we have what they call hotels that house former inmates and drug addicts. Um, they live in these buildings that are all over New York City, and they go out and they commit crime and grope. The person that groped me lived in one of them. Because when the cops, when I called the cops and they took over a half an hour to get, about a half an hour, I should say, to get there, and they asked the guy where you live, and the cops suspected he probably lives in one of those shelters. He said, "Which one?" He said, "Oh, the one on such and such street." Okay, and they said, then they told me, the police, that they just might, have him released because when they bring him over to um, Bellevue Hospital, that they're probably going to think he's crazy, and because of COVID, they're just going to release him on the street. Hello? Hello? Do I make any sense, people? Do I make any sense why I want to leave here? They're going to, after 2020 with all the riots, yes, I call them riots and protest, violent protests. They were violent. They were. How do you think that made Americans, of all people, see the black race as troublemakers, as violent people? You think some of these neighborhoods, in those so-called beautiful neighborhoods that those other YouTubers talk about, on the top places where people are moving to, that is safe and clean? Do you think that they're including people that look like me? Or is it the price so outrageously high that in itself is used to segregate between the have-not? Who is in the have-not in America? Okay, I rest my case. That is what's happening. So you like going around in circles and you're stuck in these urban jungles. I don't want to have to stay here. I mean, this is a wonderful, I was born and raised here. It is a beautiful, I mean, they have some beautiful locations. Everything is accessible to get to. You can walk everywhere. We have buses galore that run 24/7. We have trains that run 24/7. We have taxis. We have Ubers. It's very convenient for women. Very convenient. We have banks. We have post offices. We have stores that are even open 24/7. This city never sleeps, as they say. That's true. It doesn't sleep. We have medical facilities that you wouldn't believe, a lot of it. So, but it's increasing in violence. It's increasing in violence. Yeah. So you have to be careful, people. Where are these veterans like myself? Where could we live? That's safe, that's spacious. Again, I have my little dogs. Some places may not accept pets to move in, right? I mean, this is a great setup that I have right now. I don't believe in going down in in um, in lifestyle. I'm getting older. As you get older, you need things that are readable for you. Yeah, I'm not like some 20, 30 something year old, you know. Um, you have to consider things like that. As you get older, you want safety. You want accessibility to things like medical, shopping. Yeah, access to food. All these things. But the sisters, see, the black community is failing us. See, they're taking all our money when you go to church. How the hell are you supposed to come out of your community, out of the ghetto, if all your savings are going to the church and the church is siphoning your money to other banks? So it's not even being recycled in your community. It's going outside of your community and therefore making you more and more impoverished. Can I get an amen, somebody out there? Am I speaking truth? I'm not trying to sound ugly or biased, I mean bigoted. I speak the truth. I came out from those communities in the suburbs, in the outer boroughs of New York City. I came out from it, and I go to visit family, and when we're driving around, I see all these new churches and churches and churches, and more and more poverty, poverty, Povertyville, and more crime. Why are people leaving? This thing called COVID is a socially engineered phenomenon. Yes, there are people getting sick. It's called the cold and flu that you get every year. See, they're avoiding the term flu. They don't use it. They don't use it in the statistics. People are actually dying of pneumonia and the flu who test positive for COVID. But the requirement now is if a person, regardless of the actual cause of death, has COVID, to classify their death as COVID. So if you look at the statistics, you see that what they call P and I, that stands for pneumonia and influenza, that the people who are dying are actually dying from pneumonia and influenza, and they are not being treated for either. They're only being treated for COVID only. And they're dying consequently, and they're elderly. The mass majority of the people are the elderly, 65 and older, with mortalities, not the newborns and the 20-something-year-olds. The number is so low. Well, it's like 3% or less. Hardly any. They're not dying from it. And those who are who are young, I heard about an infant that died or something like that. But they had other comorbidities. There were other factors. They're deceiving you. They want you to think that it's like the plague. No, it's just like the common cold and flu, and the doctors are instructed, evidently, to not treat them for pneumonia, and they're dying from pneumonia. And now with the masks, they're going to be developing bacterial pneumonia because they're wearing that nasty mask on their face. They're breathing in that nasty air, and the bacteria and the moisture that builds up in those masks, they may not be washing them, and they get bacterial pneumonia. And God forbid if they have co-mortalities attached to that and they perish or get violently sick. people, wake up. Wake up. You need to wake up. The people, the land, what do you call it? Those people in those churches who run them, why haven't they started a community? A system. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. My doggy um, had to, my doggy um, not feeling good, you know. Sometimes that happens. My apology. Oops. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah, she's not feeling. Sometimes with flat-faced dogs, you know, with tiny little tummies, you know, sometimes when they're lying down for a while, uh, you know, they have a buildup of bile, and so that's what happened there. Yeah, my apology. Yeah. So I have to give her something to eat, you know, fill her little tummy. Okay. But yes, people, I speak the truth. Let me see if anyone wrote something. Oh, Alexandria, I haven't heard from you in a while. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, good morning, Alexandra. I see that you just came on a few moments ago. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good morning, Alexandra. Yeah, I speak the truth, people. I speak the truth regarding the things that happen here. And we got to wake up. They don't want, see, you have, just because someone is black in your community doesn't mean that they represent you. I've said this many times. You have a lot of black people that belong to these fraternities, sororities, who are in organizations that are actually designed to oppress you and to gather information on you. Didn't the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., didn't he have spies within his own organization? Hello? He had black spies in his organization who monitored him and then went to the FBI with information. They also instructed them to encourage him not to do civil unrest. Yeah, he was being watched. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, so you don't think you got spies in the black community now who are watching for people, watching you in the church? Why do you think sometimes they get in your business? Why is it they ask you, oh, we want to know how much you make? They want to know what you're doing. Because they know a lot of people in these black communities are dealing in drugs. They know sister so-and-so's not working, so where's she getting money to buy that outfit and jewelry and hairdo? They want to know your business. They want to monitor you. And then they go to their advisors and they snitch on you. The churches, I've been to a church, and they have a data thing on you. And I believe the different churches in New York City share data. It's all computerized now. I mean, I've experienced this. They have a computer, they get your name, they even take your photograph too. When I first inquired to that church, I'm not going to give the name of the church. You just go to any big church, and that's what they're going to do. Yeah, the old time church is a thing of the past. It's no old time church. It's modernized. The church is modernized to get in your business, to know how much you make. Because I think you require. Listen, let me think. No, they didn't. I don't. I'm not sure if they asked me what I. Oh, you have to have a letter of recommendation. Yeah, that was another thing. You need 3 letters of recommendation. And so I had a person where I worked. I was doing volunteer work at the time. So they know where you work. They can ask you questions, personal questions about you. Man, you just, my goodness, why all this um, getting in your business? Because, see, the church isn't what you think anymore. The church, and including the black church, is not what it used to be. It is about spying on you, finding out who's the new black messiah, and then they notify him. So that's my little doggy. And then to notify these their higher ups. Neighborhoods are being monitored. You are being monitored. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. And I know this because I've been to some of the churches here, the big ones. Yeah, yeah. They're very sophisticated. And they also have something to make it easier. They give you this, like when you go to a grocery store, they give you like a little, like it's a plastic card and so you can get points every time you buy, and so you swipe the little plastic thing, and so it registers your purchase, so you can get maybe discounts. Well, the church I went to has the same thing. They didn't have it initially. They, oh, we want to run it more efficient, so about your account. Well, did you know those things have trackers? It's something that they scan. So they know when you walk into that church building and you have that card that they give you, it's a little tiny one. You could put it on your keychain, that size, and they have the bigger one. But it's designed to put it on your keychain. So when you walk in that church, you get registered. Oh, okay, sister or brother so and so came into church today. So it's to track you to know who's coming and who's not coming anymore. And it's also to track the amount of money you give. Because you write on the envelope, because they give you a little envelope in church for your tithe and offering associated with your account. So, people, it is a business. Yeah, it is a business, people. And they're taking your money rather than them starting a community like this uh, community of based on their surname. You can just speculate what background they're from. They're able to start a new community in less than a year. Okay, a mat on 1,000 acres. And here, this major black organization, not given the name, that's been around for over 80 years, and they have nothing to show for what they do. And they say, oh, we don't carry weapons. So how the hell are you supposed to protect your community? See that they want you. See they're messing you over, people. They're messing you over. You better be able to protect your community. They said in their website, we don't carry weapons. Why don't you? Why don't you? Because maybe they're working for the system. These guys are Masons. They're Masons. And it doesn't matter what color they are, they're all working towards the same agenda. And it's not about your elevation. But yet you spend all your free time there. You should spend your weekends when you're in church, you should be spending it at home, doing research like I'm doing, how to get the hell out of these concrete jungles. They are dangerous, and they're not protecting you. Shouldn't they be out there policing the street? Are white people the only people that police their neighborhoods? Yes, good morning, Michael. Yeah, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, yeah, Michael, you're missing a lot. You missed a lot of good information. Yeah, I woke up early this morning. I had a really weird vision that I've been, really weird. And I just had to share it before I forgot because I was extremely tired, extremely tired. And I was going to fall, I didn't want to fall asleep, back to sleep and forget. Yeah, so I started off with that. And then I talked about the my experience researching about neighborhoods, you know, different states where it's safe, so-called safe to live or dangerous to live, and which lending institutions are available that uh, handle veteran loans, you know. Um, and it didn't turn out well, but I'm going to continue with the process as a learning experience for me. Yeah, yesterday was a major screw up from my own bank. He was to send to my bank, email to my bank, a letter of approval for a mortgage, and he wrote my address incorrect, and then the dollar amount he put down a dollar amount that was for a property of $990,000, and the loan amount for $720. I'm sorry, $720,000. Isn't that something? Yes, good morning, Sophia. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. So it's a major screw up. So he has to send another copy of the approved letter back to the bank, so I have to pick it up. And then he was to call me on Friday. He never called Friday. He never called Saturday. He never called Sunday. So I had to call the bank on Monday. Find out, hey, what happened? And then he calls, and then he says, oh, I gotta go. Oh, my manager. And he hangs up on me. He said he called back in 5 minutes, and he didn't. He called back over an hour. It could have been close to 2 hours. Oh, if I called the store, I mean the bank. Hey, he just did this again. If I made all those mistakes as a black woman, I would be fired. And then I spoke with an agent on Saturday, and when I asked her basic information regarding the neighborhood that she uh, covers, she says, "Oh, well, that's personal. Well, that's personal." Well, what's personal? I asked about location that has because there was a website that made reference to that area. So based on that, I contacted that realtor that handles that area. What specific areas have this type of living arrangement? And then I asked about areas that are open to people of color. Oh, well, that's personal. So it's really becoming difficult for people when you really want to get to know. Yeah, I don't want to go in a neighborhood I don't know. I want to know beforehand. Yeah, okay, Michael says, call Quicken Loans for more info. You don't have to go with Quicken Loans, but you definitely can get a lot of information from those guys. Yeah. Yeah, I had also gotten information from someone who specialized, well, they claim that see, these days over the internet, anybody could say that they specialize in anything without you actually physically going there and knowing them, you know. Um, they allegedly, said, well, they told me good advice about something, you know. See, Yeah, and I shared this information also in this live stream about those people, younger people who are starting out. You need credit. You might buy everything cash, or you in the past may have used credit and had a good history then, but then you stop using it. Well, if you're not trackable, um, they don't want to give you a loan, even though you're backed by the Veterans Administration, a VA loan. So they told me, look, I see. They said, I see that your background was very good as for your payment history, but it's just not current. They said, look, just get any card, buy one little object, one little thing maybe costs $20, pay it off. It takes 30 days for it to register, and that will give you an automatic credit score of such and such because your past history. You do that, you register as a good credit score, and then we could give you a what do you call it? Um, help you get a mortgage. This see my personal bank does not do all the states, so and then they don't do the construction loan. But this other bank that handles that seems to specialize in veterans or active duty personnel, they said that they um, may at least, but you have to have some credit history. Get the credit history takes 30 days, um, and then they what do you call it? If you're able to find a developer that handles both land and the houses, and they told me the steps how you can do that through, utilizing them, the um, the financer, you know. So it's how do you get how do you find a developer that handles both? I don't want to live in a place that's going to be cramped. I mean, I already live in a place that's cramped. New York City. So see all these buildings here? It's cramped here. I wanted to live in a place that has land so you can grow your crops. Yeah, off the grid living. That's what I want. That is what I'm looking for. I don't want to be from one oppression to another. Yeah, you have homeowners who are oppressed. They can't. You can't. Some if houses in New York in the outer boroughs like Queens, Brooklyn, Staten Island, you cannot grow crops in the front of your house. Maybe your backyard where people can't see it, that, but not in the front lawn. It's ridiculous. The rule. This it'll decrease the property value. Oh, come on. See that we think foolish. We think foolish. Your property is supposed to support you and your livelihood. You're not there to support the land. The land is to support you and your needs. Your house is to support, excuse me, your house is supposed to support you and your personal needs. And once it successfully can um, provide your needs, then you support it, and it becomes a symbiotic relationship. You want a symbiotic relationship between you and where you live. You have people who are enslaved to their house. The house offers them nothing. The house sucks up all their energy. They have land that they don't produce anything on it. They're hardly there because they have to, both parties, the spouses, both have to work two jobs each, so they don't even see each other. When one's at work, one's in bed. When one's in bed, the other's at work. Hello, people. And that's supposed to be, um, what do you call it? Harmony or living. That is not living, that is enslavement. A house can enslave you when it doesn't serve you, and you have to serve it. Can it produce food for you, or is the ground toxic? What if you, where you live, it's a desert? Where do you get your water? What are they putting in your water? Hello? Anybody home? Yeah, yeah, things are going to hit. Things are going to hit. And I don't want to be there when that happens. So I'm just, I was really hoping when I got news about 5 days ago about the VA now, they claim that they're accepting, uh, uh, giving out vouchers so that you could buy land and home. But now the lenders are saying, no, you have to buy the house. And then not all lenders lend money in certain regions. My bank only handles the East Coast. But what if you want a house in Texas or Oregon or, Nebraska? You want that flexibility. You want to live in communities where you have that flexibility to grow food on your lawn. I mean, food on your property. What if you want to live off the grid, right? What if? You want that. You don't want to be a slave to the system. Slavery's supposed to be dead. I don't want to be dead, I mean, enslaved to a neighborhood. No, no, not at all. Again, one of the persons said credit unions. I don't belong to a union, you know? Oh, okay, Michael, thank you for that info. The Navy Federal account may help. Tremendous. I'll give them a call. Let me get my pen here. See, each one teach one. I appreciate you, Michael. I appreciate you, and you know that. Let me get a piece of paper. So that's my little doggy. Okay, let me get. Yeah, Michael, I know you shared something with me before. Oh, okay, your family. Oh, and credit card. Yeah, the credit card would give you. Oh, you mean some credit cards are associated with a credit union? Let me write that down. Write this down. Credit credit union card, and you said the Navy. Okay, let me read that back again. Okay, the Navy Federal account. Navy Federal ACCT. Hope I got that right. Yeah, I'm writing with one hand. So I'm holding my iPad in one hand and trying to write another. So it's a little awkward. Okay, so I wrote down credit union cards, and Navy Federal account. Yeah, that sounds okay. Navy Federal. Oh, I see what you say. Navy Federal Credit Union. Let me rewrite that again. Federal. Oh, so that's my little doggy. Credit Union. Okay, okay. Very. I'm gonna look them up. Yeah, cause see, the lady that did give me good information, they were stationed in Utah, and they said they're in every state, every state. So, um, I like that she seemed forthcoming of information, not like uh, the realtor that I spoke with on Saturday afternoon. Okay, I don't know what a BRB. Okay, I don't know. BRB got a Zoom call. I don't know what that means. Okay, okay. I'm reading your other message, Michael. I appreciate you. Michael says only for veterans, active service, and their families. Okay, yeah. And I was in the Navy. Oh, I'm girl. Me son, me son. That's what saying in St. Thomas. I used to live in St. Thomas. Say, me son. I'm gonna check that out when I get out of bed. Yeah. See, I feel that I have to work fast. I mean, a, a year from now, because I renewed my lease for a year. But in the meanwhile, I want to do my homework because I know it takes time. I want to do it right. I've never really done this before. I mean, 5 years ago, I did a quick check at my bank to find out because the advertisement that they had this poster. It said, "Hey, have you checked us out? If you qualify for a mortgage, go talk to the agent." So I said, "Okay." Yeah, that's what happened. That is what happened. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have to, we as people, we as humanity, we have to do our homework. I have to do my homework too. I'm no different than you guys. See, I want to keep it real, people. See, yes, I call my channel Spirit Journey. I haven't arrived yet. I'm on my journey. And along the way, I learned different things, I experienced different things, and my nature is to protect people. I don't care what your religion is, what your race is, what your anything is. I care about all humanity. But yes, in this 3D form, I live here as a black woman, born and raised a black woman in New York City. And so I have to speak out of my experiences. It's not a bed of roses. It's very hard for uh, people who want to live a goodly life, um, a spiritual life. Um, and yes, I like nice things. I was taught that you save and you buy and you maintain. I have things, I mean, I used to have shoes that I had for over 20 years. I keep things that long. I keep things in very pristine shape. Because I was taught, see, there's a spiritual principle behind this, Michael, and the rest of you guys. The principle is that the creator, whoever who you believe the creator is, but that the creator you sees how good a steward you are at handling what they give you. And that if you respect what when you have little, then the creator and the universe knows that you will possibly respect bigger and more responsibility. If you cannot handle the small well, if you cannot handle the little things, why would they in their minds give you something bigger? And so I was taught to maintain your health. Keep your body well. Keep your hands, well, your hands are your tools. You keep yourself clean. Eat good food, healthy food. Yes, I like on occasion Like I bought my chicken and broccoli Chinese food. I love chicken and broccoli and brown rice. That is my staple. When I go out and eat, that's my comfort food when I get stressed out. And yes, when I was stressed out when that my banker had made a major screw up twice after going to the bank and and then I went to another bank to get a quick information and they said no, that they don't offer construction loans. I went to my Chinese restaurant that I've been going to for quite a while, many years, and I bought the lunch special. That's right. I bought chicken and broccoli with brown rice and egg drop soup. Yes, I did. I got stressed and I ate it. Yes, I did. And then I went home, ate it, and then continued doing my research on the internet, trying to get information. Yeah. Yeah, you have to. You got to get information. Yeah. So that's what's happening. Yeah. So I have to do my part because probably what's happening. I mean, hey, Michael, if you're still there, Michael, if you're still there, um, do you know whether with this credit union for active duty veterans and the like, you know, do they? What's that? They have to also check your. Oh, what's that? It was something about the credit, your credit. What do you know other requirements for using them? I mean, have you ever? I mean, if it's not too personal, or if you know of people who've used them, what type? How do they work? Are they represented in every state or just in certain states? Yeah, I forget what I was going to say. Yeah, some I know that's one of the questions. So are they located in every state and what type of documents? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's important information to know. Yeah, credit to because this one place that I did contact uh found them online. They say you need to get new credit. You have a good background, but you don't have current credit. And we cannot get, and because you don't have current credit, you have no credit score. You have to get a credit score. And they said a minimum of 660 just to start. Yeah. Oh, I guess he's getting a Zoom call right now. Yeah. So that's what's happening. So yeah, if when you get off your Zoom call, Michael, um, if you can contact me um, regarding the information, yeah, because I'm looking at the time now. I've been on this live stream for quite a while. I enjoy doing them. Yeah, I was dead tired this morning, boy. I was so tired. Yeah, yeah. I have a lot to share. And I think it's valuable information. Each one teach one through your experiences. I am no pro. I'm just a layman like yourself, like most of us in the black community, and we're just being um, herded like sheep. They say go there, we go there. They say come, we come. But there's a time where we have to say enough is enough. Enough is enough. Yeah, so if that is Michael coming back on this live stream, yeah, Michael, to let me know about this Navy Credit Union, um, is it required that you have a credit score? And how do they work? What documentation that you have to provide? Yeah. And if it's too long an answer, you could email me that information, Michael. Okay. I appreciate your help. And thank you so much for your help the other day. If you know what I'm talking about, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, so we have some wonderful, wonderful viewers here and subscribers who, you know, who are kind people. Kind, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Some of you have information that could be very valuable that you can share. Yeah, I want this to work. I mean, I want to make the right move for myself. And this is it's a little scary, the process. I've never had this type of responsibility before. I never owned my own property. And I'm not a spring chicken. I'm not like a 20 or 30-year-old, you know, who's just starting out. Maybe they're getting married and they want to start a family. You know, I'm a little older and I live on a, you know, pretty much, modest income, you know. And so I don't want to um, inquire a debt that becomes a rotten egg, you know. I have to be very intelligent about this. So I need to get as much information. I did renew my lease apartment for another 12 months. But in that time, I need to do my homework on where would be an ideal place for me to live, where it'd be relatively safe for women to go to. Yeah, yeah, I'm a woman, and here that's my little doggy. And here in New York City, it's getting dangerous for women. It's dangerous for a lot of people. Yeah, yeah. 2020 set the scale for shaking up the community. It's shaking up New York City. A lot of the wealthy people left. Many of them, they have more than one home, right? They have more than one home, and so they leave. And a lot of the businesses are leaving with them. It was a ghost town. I went out to just buy some food on Saturday. No, no, I'm sorry, it was Sunday. Yeah, I went out Sunday. And it was like a ghost town. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be stuck here. I mean, I love my apartment, but it is getting a little crowded. It's getting crowded, and as you get older, people, these are things to consider. When you get older, you need comfort. You look for comfort first. You look for practicality first. That is wisdom. Use it. Yeah, you better use it. You don't want it to use you. Yeah, you want something that you can grow into, get comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little fantasy I have. I mean, oh, I love the idea of me and my little doggies to walk on our own property, my own property. Wouldn't that be lovely, people? Really, anybody who can help me out with that fantasy of having my own property. I used to live in a homeless shelter. Yes. Yes, I did. I admit it. Yeah, it was a good the one that I was in, like they have a processing unit and then when they process you then they send you to a long-term one. And that long-term one was a good one actually. Yeah. And so I America is has a lot of good things about it. You know, I couldn't go in another country and get that. America is the best country in the world. I'll say it again. America is the best country in the world. When you look at all that it can, see, a lot of people are dropping the view because what I'm saying, but it is true. Go to communist China and lose a job. Baby, you don't work, you don't eat. And that's why a lot of people from other nations are flocking when they come here. And they know once they come in illegally and have a baby on our soil, that baby is uh, eligible for every American benefit. You think I can do that in communist China? Hello? You think I can do that in Latin America? Hello? They know how good it is. That's why they're coming. I'm not trying to insult anybody. They will kill in order to come to America, to get food. And when you see some of these people at some of the businesses, they start to fight. Yeah, it is a beautiful view. Yes, hello, Michael. I mean, who is that? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Michael. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, Michael. So I guess you just came back from Zoom call. Yeah, Michael. Before I go, I wanted to ask you about the credit union that you talked about. If it's easier for you to contact me in the email, then you do so. You just write down in the chat room that you'll give the information in the email. I meant to say, if it's easier to write it in the email, do that. Yeah, and but if you can explain briefly in the chat room um, regarding the Navy credit union, um, how does it work? They have to check your credit and stuff like that, and do they also are they represented in every state, or are they just located in specific areas? Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying exactly too, 'cause I did say a lot here. I did say a lot in one breath. That uh, that you'll are you saying that you'll contact me in the email regarding this, Michael? I'm waiting for your answer. Yeah, and Sophia says, sounds lovely. Perfect lifestyle for rural living. Yeah. Why don't black people want to live in rural areas? And I shared the other day, that's how we got started. Oh, okay, Michael. I see you say absolutely. Yes, yes, if you could uh, send me the information, if it's easier for you to give that information regarding the how that credit union works or any valuable information that you just feel more comfortable telling me in the email, please do so when you're able to. Yes, I appreciate it because right now I'm trying to gather information. I want to make the right choice, and you know the right choice might mean that I'm to stay here. It could just mean that. But if I have an opportunity, I'd like to leave. Yeah, I'd like to leave. Yeah, I mean, I love the view. I have one of the best views in New York City. It's absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful, and you should see it at night. Well, you do see it at night. Oh, okay. Let me read what Michael is saying. Michael said, "There's a there's a loan brokers in every state that would take your VA loan. It doesn't necessarily have to come through a bank." Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I have to check them out. And do you know the exact name? It's the name that you gave. Um, you said the Navy Federal Credit Union. Is that the actual name of the credit union? Yeah, I'll check them out when I get out of bed here. Yeah, I'm just about to close this live stream. I've been on, wow, I've been on for quite a while. It says, Michael says, I'm going to email the information. Quicken Loan is nationwide. Okay. Yeah, and most likely you have to have a credit score. Yeah, yeah. So I have to go out and try to get a credit card from like, what was that? Like, one of those, 'cause I haven't had credit in so long. And now with COVID and people losing their job, I have to find someone that's willing to give me a little credit. Maybe, it just dawned on me. My bank. My bank. Get it? Okay. Because my concern is, okay, I have a bank account. My concern is if I go and try to get one of those credit cards, like a department store, they're going to say no because I don't have credit. But I have a bank account, I have an old account, a checking and a savings account. And I think they were asking me, do I want credit? Where's your, do you have a credit? You don't want a credit card? You know, bingo. I'm going I'm going to do that. Oh, Capital One is easy credit card for people building credit. Uh, their their APR is high, but if you pay off in 23 days, no interest. Yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna write that down too. Yeah, see, I don't believe in credit cards. I don't believe in credit. I don't. I don't believe in it because it keeps you in bondage. I know of someone who's in sorry, I'm moving the camera. I know of someone who is in such debt and they went to their credit union to borrow against their debt and use their house, I guess, like collateral. Guess what they did? At the end of the month, like a month's time or so, they incurred a new debt in that's even more than the old debt. I kid you not. I kid you not. So let's just say someone, just making up a number. Let's say they were $50,000 in debt, and they borrowed that amount, based on their property value, and then let's say 2 months later they incurred a $70,000 debt, a card debt. They're in such. So I don't believe in those things. I don't believe in debt. And yes, a house is a debt, but it could be a good credit. For one thing, it's to serve you. Your house is supposed to serve you. You're not to serve it. Once you have established that your house supports your needs, your comforts, then you support it. I mean, yeah, then you support your house. You maintain it, you treat it well, and it will continue to treat you well. Yeah. Yeah, writing that word Capital One. Boy, it's Capital One. Yeah. Yes, I just wrote that down. Let me see anybody else wrote anything. Yeah. Okay, Michael has also said, yes. Um, typically your bank should be able to issue you a secured credit card or a regular one. I can't, okay, then Sophia said, I can imagine the New York skyline must look lovely at night from your window. When I flew over New York at night, it looked so futuristic from above. Yeah, it's a beautiful skyline. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. It's breathtaking. It is breathtaking, New York City skyline. But now they're leaving. The old school are leaving. They're leaving New York City. And you have more drug addicts. It's not safe for me to walk my dogs. I already showed you on camera as it happened. Remember I had that body camera on, and this crazy dude had tried to grab my little dog. This dog here. This one. This one, his name is Lavender. My little boy. They tried to grab him on camera. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened to me. And then I got groped. Ladies, many of you ladies know what it's like to be attacked like that. It's horrible. You feel violated. So that's what's going on. But pray for me, guys. Pray that the Creator's will. Because again, maybe the Creator is saying to me, Spirit Journey, you're there to stay where you are, but I'll protect you. Okay, it may be just that, and I have to be able to accept that fact because that's what it may be. That's what it may be. But yeah, okay. Michael says the house is good because either you're going to pay rent and buy someone else's house, or you gonna pay a mortgage and buy your own house. Your choice. Exactly. 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 Oh, my little doggy. You hear him? You hear her? I should say her. Yeah, she's making a little noise to get my attention. Baby, I'll be there in a second. Yeah. So people, yeah, I have to go now. Yeah, I've been on for 247 minutes. Wow. Yeah. And yes, those of you, if you could please give me a thumbs up, it helps the algorithm. Yes, I appreciate it if you can do that for me. Yes, and so this is Spirit Journey saying thank you all for a fantastic live stream. You guys make it very excitable. And yes, yes, I mentioned yes, peace one and all. Yes, yes, and again, the beginning of the video, I make mention of the vision that I saw that I thought was very interesting. Yes, so you could what do you call it? Watch from the beginning. Those that part that you missed, and enjoy the show. Okay. Thank you again. Peace, love, and joy, and harmony, and safety to all of you who listen. I thank you all in advance, okay? Until next time soon. See you.